And we'd like to welcome you to this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council work session. Today is Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. The time is 12:09. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public may continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. We encourage everyone who's eligible to get vaccinated. Protect yourselves and others by following the protocols set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking, to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. We have with us 5 counselors here in the chamber and 2 participating remotely, along with Mayor Kafusi, CIO Wayne Parker, Council Executive Director Cliff Strachan, and other members of the administration and council staff. The opening prayer this afternoon will be offered by Councilor Dave Shipley.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for an opportunity to meet this day. We thank thee for this season of celebration and a season for to celebrate thy Son and the hope and peace that we can bring into our lives through him. We thank thee for an opportunity to discuss matters of the city. Please help us to be clear-minded and wise in how we address those issues, and that we can all do right by the citizens of this community. We thank thee for good people who live in this city. We thank thee for their willingness to serve each other and to lift each other, especially in the holiday season, to find those in need and to lift and build and give to others. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. Remember to mute and unmute your microphone as needed. Our first item is consideration of approval of the minutes. It's proposed that we approve the following minutes from the November 16th, 2021 work meeting and the November 30th, 2021 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Not seeing any, I'll declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Our first item is a presentation regarding the complete revision of the Provo General Plan to guide growth and development for the next 10 to 20 years in Provo. And this is to be presented by Planner Hannah Salzel.
I'm not that tall. Hello again. Coming back to you now with the general plan. It has been through more revisions from the directors, from Planning Commission, and additional staff edits. That might be it. Can we try moving the, oh, there we go. Okay. The version that you have now was just updated online yesterday and was emailed to you all yesterday evening as soon as it was available. We were getting edits from the Planning Commission up through their meeting last Wednesday night, so we tried to give the quickest turnaround we could to make sure you had a clean document with all those edits to be able to look at in one place. That does mean that it has not been through quality control yet. We have not looked through every paragraph to make sure all the words are there. For example, on page, I believe it's 19, the word equity still appears in a text box that should read inclusivity. Some of the maps have also not been updated yet. That just takes a little bit longer than swapping out the text. But we hope to include all of those with your edits that we get from you today. And then that new version should be published within a week or so that the public has time to view it before the public comments. It can also be found online if the public goes to, I think the link is being put in the Zoom chat. And the link is at the normalprovo.org website. In the departments tab, go down to community and neighborhood services. It'll drop down to planning. You can drop down to general plan. That website has the links to the plan and its appendices at the bottom of that page. Brief overview. This should all be very familiar. General plan is a long-range strategic document. It's inspiration. It's an integration of lots of different aspects of other sub-plans that will come later that we will work on updating to match the general plan. It is not zoning. There is nothing in it that is specifically binding to you or any future council or administration. In its relationship to other plans, it is a citywide document, followed by master plans that address in detail more specific topics, followed by areas that get more regional. This is where we get our area and neighborhood plans, followed eventually by things like our codes and our streetscape standards. One of the main questions that we've gotten in public feedback is why the neighborhoods weren't more directly involved as a neighborhood organization in the general plan. And that's simply because our approach was to make sure that it stayed as a citywide level document for long-term planning. But we did try to make sure that outreach was done in all parts of the city, that members from all parts of the city were invited to the working group as well, to make sure that we had that representation. As we work down toward the area neighborhood plans and master plans that involve some areas more than others, that is where we will get involved at a more granular neighborhood level and absolutely work with the neighborhoods on that to make sure that plan meets their vision. This document was just supposed to be citywide. I'm not going to read this slide. I think most of you understand it pretty well. This plan does, we're pleased to say, meet all of the elements of state code. It also includes a housing assessment, implementation plan. Appendix B has all the survey questions. If you're interested in seeing exactly what the public said, it also has their responses. Again, not binding language, nothing specific to any one neighborhood appears in this plan, and no specific zoning codes application like that. Public input. So it started and ended this whole general plan process of the year and a half, 2 years this has been going with public input and participation. We started with the open houses and surveys, and from that feedback, which you can see in Appendix B, drafted an outline, continued refining that and going back to the public to make sure that outline worked, and continued with the working group to make sure that we were just putting flesh on a skeleton that had been built on entirely public input. We had over 1,600 different interactions. There might have been some overlap in that. For example, if one person took all of the surveys, they would count as a couple of data points, but that number should still be relatively small. That is more than any other planning effort. We've never seen this level of community engagement before, and it was during a pandemic, which is doubly impressive that the residents of Provo really showed up for this. For the sake of transparency, potentially, some of the early responses were a little bit skewed from more heavy participation from some groups than others who mobilized to get their people to the open houses and surveys. We tried to correct for that by, one, being entirely transparent about demographic questions. In Appendix B, respondents to these surveys at the open houses answered what part of the city they were from, what their age was, things like that. So you can get an idea of who around the city was participating. We also tried to run it through multiple filters by going through multiple open houses, multiple surveys, going back to the working group and these public hearings. We tried to reach out to a wide variety across different demographics and groups. At some point, though, we as staff do have to work with the input of those who came and gave their time and their input. But we are happy to do whatever the council and administration feels you need done to be confident in this document. Our job is just to present and keep working until you feel confident that this is a document you can adopt for Provo's future. We're happy to do whatever that takes. Maybe. There we go. So this list of changes matches what was published online for it, so I won't read this line by line. There's way too much text. But the most common 3 points of feedback we've gotten from the public so far are concerns about the use of the word equity in the document. That has been removed. Concerns about not having enough discussion around single-family neighborhoods. We have added quite a lot of text about that. And asking why would the neighborhoods involve more, which we addressed earlier. Other points to bring up are that we also soften language around encouraging ADUs citywide, since that is still an ongoing discussion with the council. Replaced it with encouragement to have a conversation about ADUs, which you can already check off. We've also softened language around incentivized housing and updated the future land use map, even though that doesn't show in your document yet. These are the changes we've made to it. The other last bigger part I want to point out, we added an introduction statement to the implementation matrix in Chapter 8, just explaining that these goals are visionary. I'll get to a little bit more of that later. What we added for single-family neighborhoods, it does appear in 3 or 4 other places in the document, but we specifically added them in Livable Provo's top 3 housing strategies. We combined a few from the earlier and added point 3, recognize the value of single-family neighborhoods. We also added a new paragraph on page 48, right beneath where it talks about reaching a good mix of housing, including single-family homes, describing the benefits that they provide, and some of Provo's goals for that. Again, I won't read all of that. It's in the document on page 48. The goal introduction statement, again, too long to read from the slide, but I encourage you to read it. Essentially saying that this goal is aspirational. It's meant to inspire us and also those around us. There are others who are watching Provo. I've heard from several other cities and organizations that they are closely watching our process to see what message we send to the community through the plans that we adopt. We also acknowledge that this plan is meant to look 10 to 20 years in the future, and some of these goals might not be achievable today or next year, but they might be in 10 years. And these are still priorities that are worth reminding the future council of as opportunities arise. That is my overview of the document. I know you didn't have a lot of time to read it, but hopefully you had enough of the summary and past documents to get an idea of what is there. We just have a few questions for you, and we're also happy to answer any questions you have. We'd like to keep it big picture. If you have specific text changes or words that struck you, feel free to email me or Melissa, and we'll make sure that those get included in the next edits. But especially talking about big picture concerns, things that were over-addressed, maybe under-addressed in the document, you might like to see more or less of. But most importantly, what changes you feel you need to see to feel comfortable adopting this plan. Does anyone have any concerns, edits, suggestions they'd like to bring up first?
Councillor Fillmore.
One of the concerns that I pick up from emails around the community is that it's the proverbial problem we have in the city when we seek citizen input, right? Those who are highly motivated, particularly special interest groups, tend to be disproportionate in their responses. Mm-hmm. And so the question I have, because I still think this needs a fair amount of work and a lot more public input to make sure the city is comfortable with it. And by the city, I mean, from north to south and east to west. Once they realize what we're doing and what the implications may be, I think there's a fairly superficial and limited understanding of what the general plan is all about at this point among our general citizenry. So the question is, how do we, I know you've tried hard. I appreciate the efforts by staff. You guys have been doing all the heavy lifting. Thank you for that. But what can we do to make sure that we educate the public to a sufficient level where their input is more helpful? So they're not just reacting to superficial comments they may have picked up in the newspaper or, at the coffee shop or whatever. What can we do to educate them more on what's at the heart of all this and encourage them to study a little bit more, where we get a broader response, broader, more thoughtful comments from the citizenry as opposed to the highly motivated special interest groups? Your thoughts on that?
It is definitely difficult to do with a 70, 80 page document to make sure everyone's up to speed. That's been the main speed bump we're encountering. We can work to put out summaries and reach out maybe through the neighborhood program, but that's something that if the council administration agrees that they would like to direct staff to do, that we'd be happy to strategize on and then come back to you with a plan.
I think that's absolutely necessary.
Okay.
I mean, we have no absolute timetable for this, right? I mean, this is an open-ended exercise in terms of when we feel we need to bring it to a head. I mean, right now, I mean, I think our sense is it would be helpful to get it done sooner rather than later, but we're not under any deadline.
No.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I'm never averse to more public input, but I wonder if what we're going to do is just more of what we've already been doing, and if that's, I mean, I'm not saying no to more public input. I'm just wondering, in your opinion, given the numbers of respondents that we've had so far, do we have a lot of public input? Do we have a medium amount? I don't know if our guest wants to speak to that too, because you probably have perspective on other cities, but.
I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce. I jumped right into the presentation. We also have here from Colorado, Becky Zimmerman, who is the CEO of Design Workshop, the consultants that we've been working with through this. They have been absolutely incredible, so responsive, have come out and toured Provo, gotten so delicious, walked around, the whole thing. They've been wonderful. From what you said, this is a fairly engaged public process?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. Nice to see everybody, mostly in person for a change. So this is delightful. I think that this has been a higher than average participation from a city this size. We see that this is more than you've had typically in most of your planning processes. So that is one metric that we tend to look at. Also, the planning staff worked really hard in the last set of community virtual open houses and surveys to put information out in the libraries, in the rec centers. You can go through all the list of the places that you drove all around town to actually let people know how to connect to this information. And it's hard to go kind of beyond that. So I do think that we could certainly notify, I think you call them the neighborhood chairs, and make sure that they're communicating, because maybe they have a better connection. But we really find also in a lot of the communities and cities in which we work that folks don't get that involved at this roadmap level. And we're always a little upset about that as planners, but it's really not until something immediately impacts that person that they start to show up. And we're just finding that that's part of kind of human behavior. So I do think that this has been a big effort to get out. We've also connected directly to focus groups. We've invited people individually to the conversation and had, I think, really good participation when we did that. So it wasn't just the free for all of, hey, log on if you want, but there was a real effort to reach out as well.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe a follow-up question to that would be for you, Hannah, is whether you think this is, knowing our neighborhood chair program, would that be something you would recommend to try to tap that resource in communication, or has that already been tapped sufficiently, or what's the?
I think this is the point at which it would be appropriate to tap that resource. And it is a huge resource for neighborhood chairs to be able to push this out within their communities. They have a much more direct line to people than we do. We can post on social media and in the library as much as we want, but we'll only ever reach so many people that way.
That certainly is one resource I had in mind, is our neighborhood chairs, but I think we need to make an effort to give them the wherewithal so that their input and discussion at neighborhood level is worthwhile, not just superficial. Another thought I had was probably the most widely read citywide document is the mayor's newsletter. if we could perhaps have, an insert or links or whatever to educate our people a little bit more on what's happening, some of the main headings and where they can go to get more information. I think that'd be very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I got the mayor's newsletter, I think, with my utility bill, and I thought that it was included in there. I think there was a couple paragraphs about the general plan. And then I'm curious to learn from staff. I think this was published on Open City Hall, and I think when something's published on Open City Hall, that it's kind of automatically generates an email the neighborhood shares. Excuse me. Is that right?
Karen could confirm that, but I believe so.
Actually,
It's citywide if it affects their neighborhood. Yeah.
it doesn't actually, this is Karen. It doesn't automatically generate one. But I did send that information to all the neighborhood chairs to get the word out.
Thank you. Yeah, and all of the comments and edits that were received through the Open City Hall outreach have been incorporated.
Mr. Hardy?
Thank you. I've been thinking a lot about bandwidth and the council bandwidth this past year, to kind of review and thinking of how difficult it's been to stay on top of all the different items we've been trying to tackle on it. And the general plan is such an important document and does kind of, hopefully, if it's done well, and if there's buy-in by elected officials and buy-in by the public, it can really guide us for decades into the future. And so I definitely feel, even though I was part of the work group, I still feel like I haven't spent as much time as I should have based on, how important the document is. So I'm grateful that we're not going to be asked to vote on it this evening. With the short time frame since we've had this last draft, I only kind of glanced through it very quickly, didn't have a lot of time. But particularly with this presentation, I feel like, staff and the consultants have been quite responsive to the concerns that have been raised by counselors and others in the community. And so I'm very encouraged to hear this presentation, and I'm looking forward to looking through it more closely and seeing how that looks on the page. But I'm grateful that they have been very responsive, and I do encourage the council to take the time that's necessary and keep it a high priority, keep it moving forward. We've seen too many things kind of get stuck in the mud and not progress, but let's keep this moving forward and give it the priority it needs, but give it the review that it deserves as well. And the public process, I think, does two things. One, it helps collect the best ideas, but it also helps the public to buy in on the document. And so I think there's a lot of value to that as well when the public, when future councils say, well, this is aligned to the general plan or it's not, how much weight does that carry with the rest of the public? I think that it depends on how bought in the public is and giving them, good opportunities to do a final review and whatnot, I think is important for that in the future. The draft that I reviewed had a lot of handwriting,
Yes,
so I'm thinking that
Cliff
may
had
not.
requested that for the council. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's not the one that was sent most recently.
No, not at all. There was the version that was published online, what was called the 100% draft for consideration for approval. And then the bullet point list of changes to that draft. That bullet point list was a summary of all those comments in the margin. That was my personal copy of all the comments we've gotten so far. This version includes all of those that we could include within the 48 hours we had to get a new document out.
Okay, and thank you for that. So I haven't reviewed, I haven't even skimmed through the most recent one, but just kind of final parting thought, asking for feedback and whatnot. I think the vision statement has come a long way. I'm still not thrilled with it. I really think that vision statement is perhaps the thing that will be read the most. And it really should be inspiring. It should be, people should read that and say, that's why I love living in Provo, or that's what I want Provo to become. And that's, it should knock our socks off. And I think it's improved. And I also understand that I'm just one voice and I won't even be on the council in a little bit. But, so I'm not just saying, well, I haven't got everything I want. And so but anyway, just looking over it, scanning through what I did on the previous one, I still think we could put a little more work on the vision statement, just a little bit more. I mean, the mayor has some great resources, creative people that, it really should be a well-polished PR, just, that should be the most polished of all of it. And I would love to see it be really inspiring. So that would be my one suggestion on something that we might want to work on.
Are you suggesting an aspirational statement along the lines of one heart and one mind and no poor among them?
That kind of vision. Yeah. It should capture the vision of who we are, who we see ourselves are, but not necessarily even who we see ourselves now, but what we want to be in the future. What are we striving for when we get together as a council and we make these decisions? What are we looking for? And it shouldn't be what does tomorrow look like? It's what does 40 years from now look like? What does 20 years from now look like? What are the summation of all of the decisions that we're doing and all of the investment we're making into the community? What are we trying to achieve? That's what should be captured in the vision statement.
I will say for the record that we as a council are going to miss your voice, Councilmember Harding. Hannah, I would just add maybe one other comment.
Yes.
I have felt for some time, and in fact ran on a platform that said the most important things the council can do is be looking 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the road in what we do, and not just be reactive, but where do we want to be? And I was one of the initial advocates of a general plan. I thought that would be a good idea, but my focus early on was infrastructure and conservation issues. And in that regard, I appreciate some of the recent edits. I think we need to avoid certain national political impulses reflected in the document and focus on the city infrastructure and conservation, those kind of things primarily.
Good. And you'll find a lot more about conservation in the Conservation Resiliency Plan, which will come after the general plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, just a couple of more thoughts. I like how Mr. Harding phrased it. I think we, I agree with Mr. Fillmore. I think getting another push with neighborhood chairs seems like a good idea. I guess I'm just a little nervous about assuming that we have an open-ended process here that could drag on forever, because we have 4 subsequent plans, appendices that we're going to be working on. So I really don't want this to drag on much longer. I will say I'm very happy with it so far. I don't have any major reservations. I like a number of things about it quite well. I like that I think it's very readable. I think it's very easy to use. I think it is so much cleaner than what we currently have, and has some practical suggestions for how to accomplish each of the goals. So it feels tractable to me. It feels like it's a very workable document, and it doesn't bind us in any way, but I think it's got some great suggestions. I thought actually the data on housing was extraordinarily helpful, especially for today's discussion and subsequent discussions we're going to have. So I thought that was really great. There are a couple of provocative suggestions in there that I think are worth considering. The program and identifying a program in conjunction with the universities to monitor student housing quality and rental regulations, working more with BYU in general. I think, though, anyway, I've found a number of suggestions like that I thought were quite attractive and appealing. So I just like the outline. that moves from topic to topic and then kind of gets into the weeds a little bit, but not so deep that it becomes problematic. So I'm speaking pretty generally and globally about it. I'm quite pleased with it, and don't feel any major reservations about it. I guess I just want to help more confidence going forward that this is good. I mean, I lost the battle on equity. I think it's a mistake to cave to those national discussions by eliminating the word. I had that discussion with my fellow counselors, and if this is what is acceptable to them, then that's fine with me. But I'm glad the principles are at least still in there. I thought the earlier iteration that I looked at online had a really helpful definition that was workable for the document in a way that I thought was fine.
I wrote that definition. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that was because that's what we wanted. We wanted to define it on our own terms, and I thought you did that. So as long as the principles are still in there, I'm okay with that.
But Hannah, might I add one more thing? I want to underscore the comment from my most equitable colleague, George. Think the world of Mr. Hadley. I'm curious as to the timetable. I agree with Mr. Handley that we don't want this to drag on forever. That would be painful and probably just extend any controversies unduly. But what is the current timetable? What should we be expecting, and where are these things at? I speak specifically about the sustainability plan and the gateway plans and the foothills and river and lakeside plans. Where are we at? Are they just sitting on a shelf right now? Or are we moving along?
Yeah, the Conservation Resiliency Plan is where this general plan was maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. We're working with directors, we're getting input and revising it. And honestly, it's becoming a really strong document. The directors have, for the most part, wanted us to be more ambitious than we've been, which is very, very inspiring to see. So hopefully that will come as soon as this general plan process is done. The other plans will depend largely on the Conservation Resiliency Plan, especially the river and lakeshore and the canyons and foothills. Will obviously build heavily on the conservation principles in the Conservation Resiliency Plan. Those have been discussed a little with Design Workshop. We have planners taking point on them. The funding has been appropriated. We just don't have the guiding documents to start writing those yet.
Okay,
But
thank you.
as soon as we can.
By the way, all those comments in the margins, those are your handwriting?
It's not tidy. I'm sorry.
No, I just wonder who I was reading there.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I didn't intend for that to ever be shared. That was mostly just for me and the consultants. I'm sorry if they were a bit of a mess with the arrows.
So you say that we're not yet done with final edits on this current version? When
On
can we-
the general plan,
Yeah.
we're waiting for your edits.
Okay, so we shouldn't be waiting for you to do anything else before getting comments back to you.
We will include any edits you have today. And if you want to email us or meet with us one-on-one, we're also happy to do that. And then we will, as we get input through the public hearing process, what you direct us to edit in the plan based on that, we'll do.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you said there was still some minor final editing. to
Oh,
do.
for the Conservation Resiliency Plan.
Okay, but not for the current general plan.
We're pretty pleased with where it's at, but of course it does need to continue going through the council and public
Nothing more
process.
from you right now.
Nothing from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of comments. First, with regard to the vision statement, I like what Mr. Harding said about we should probably put our most effort there. And I just wanted to say that in addition to the mayor's team, which is great at this kind of thing, I think Councilors Harding and Handley are probably two of the best we have at crafting this kind of a statement. So I hope that if either of you have any suggestions that you'll pass them along. So the other comment I was going to make is that I would be supportive and encouraging of pushing this out to the neighborhood chairs one more time with an appropriate note that we're, at the end of the process where it's about to come back to the council for final review and approval. Please let all of the people in your neighborhood know that here's where the current draft is. And if you have comments, here's how you submit them.
The schedule is ultimately up to the council. I think we should get this new version with your edits from today and the coming days out as quickly as possible. That's our plan. And then staff wouldn't recommend bringing it back for a public hearing before your second meeting in January so that people have time to read it that isn't just the couple of weeks over the holidays. That could give us some time to reach out to the neighborhoods. We can coordinate with your staff and try to strategize more of a timeline based on how much time we think we'll need with a more robust public input process.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? So is there anything else we need to do on this for today?
Unless you have any direction for edits or changes you would like to see, again, themes that might have been over or under addressed. But other than that, no, we have no further questions for you. Do you have any for us?
Mr. Hanley?
I'll just send you a copy of, I just wrote on the PDF with a red marker. There's just a couple of minor edits. I still grammatically cannot accept stewards to one another. That's just, my ear can't handle that.
We can fix that.
That's a minor thing. So I was toying with that, but there, and I caught a couple of typos, but there's also just some underlining that's just for my own sake. If it's underlined, it doesn't mean anything needs to be changed. And this is the edition that was online, so it doesn't have the most recent edits.
Okay,
So,
good.
I'll send that to
We'll
you.
make sure that those have been changed, and we're going through a staff and doing a final quality control read too. So good to know.
Just to move things along, perhaps, I will commit to getting you my final comments by Monday. You would encourage other members of the council to do likewise.
Thank you. I was hoping for maybe another week on that, but that's been a busy time. Thanks for the challenge.
We will try to get those incorporated and put out as quickly as we can, acknowledging, of course, that staff and consultants will be away for a little while for the holidays, but we'll.
What?
Yeah. But we'll come back and strategize with council staff on a timeline and incorporate all that.
Right. Thank you again to all who've been involved in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I just also want to take a minute as I'm leaving to say thank you to the council, the working group, the public who's participated, especially our consultants. We have gotten so much enthusiastic participation, and it is inspiring to see how much people deeply care for their community. We might not always agree for the direction we should go in the next 20 years, but the common thing is that everyone has been so deeply passionate in their love for their communities and their neighbors. That's been beautiful to see through this whole process. So thank you all for that as well.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 2, which is a presentation from BYU Provo Lab. Well, let's see now. I notice we're a little bit ahead of schedule here. Are our BYU folks here? Okay, I just want to make sure before we. Beg your pardon?
We're prepared to present, but we have some other maybe classmates who were planning on attending. We just sent out an email. They should be here
In just a few minutes? Okay. Let's see. I don't think we have anything really short that we could. Well, let's see. Maybe this one?
just not here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, are you okay if we get started and then the rest of your team can kind of join in as soon as they can?
That's fine, yes.
All right. We will now hear this presentation from BYU Provo Lab regarding a school project researching Provo City Gateways. And this is to be initially presented or introduced by Melissa McNally and then our BYU team.
Thank you and good afternoon. So for the past few years, our planning department has had the privilege of working with Professor Jamin Rowan at BYU and his students. We every fall get together and present a project for the students to work on, and then we work with them together. So this fall, the planning staff tasked the students with doing some research and making recommendations on some of Provo's gateways. And there were 5 gateways in particular that they were assigned. And the students have worked really hard. They've got some really great and innovative ideas to share with you. I'm really excited and impressed with the things that they have come up with. And the intent also of this project is to kind of do some early footwork for the Gateways plan that will be coming up in the next year. So they'll present the work that they've done here this semester to our consultants who will be taking over the Gateways plan in 2022. So we'll go ahead and turn the time over to those students.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. As we're getting prepared, Mayor Kafusi, your favorite nephew, Landon, sends his regards. So.
Would you like to introduce your team while we're getting the technical details worked out?
So Melissa actually gave us a great intro. My name is Sam Jardine, and
I'm Dylan Sindrich.
And we're presenting. We have about 20 BYU students involved in this project, and we've spent hundreds of hours researching. So lots of free labor for you guys. So you're welcome.
So just to clarify, we were interested to know who, is there someone besides Jamin that is supervising this, or is it he the professor that sort of heads it up?
Yeah, so it was mostly Jamin who
Okay.
organized all of this, and it was a very interesting class dynamic. He acted more as a consultant than as a professor, so he just kind of helped direct our energies.
And everyone else on the team was students in that class?
Yeah.
Great.
Professor's full name.
Jamin Rowan.
Rowan.
He's not here.
Would you mind like scrolling down just to look? Because I think this might actually not be like.
Yeah, so this is actually our packet that we were planning on presenting printed copies of to the council.
You have like a PowerPoint presentation, like kind of some highlights.
Right.
Is there an HDMI plug-in? I have my laptop.
And we apologize for catching you off guard with the early start. We typically run late rather than early, but.
Well, I understand you guys are pretty busy today with a lot of stuff. So thanks for the. Oh, yeah, great. Okay, awesome.
Okay, so as I mentioned, my name's Sam Jardine, and this is Dylan Sindrich. And we're really excited to share some of our research and suggestions about the gateways of Provo. So oftentimes people think about the term gateway as being synonymous with city limits. In reality, gateways are much more than a simple welcome to sign. We define gateways as an entrance, a gathering place, which acts as a transition between different spaces, as well as a nexus for the people who inhabit and frequent these places. This idea of transition is essential. Gateways are the first impression residents and commuters get of a new city. They should represent a city's values. If Provo's cultures were to be based on the current gateways, people might think that Provo is disinterested in aesthetics, cleanliness, or intentionality in urbanization. As commuters get closer to downtown Provo, these ideas would change. Provo is a truly beautiful city, full of energy and excitement. There are great focuses on recreation and learning and progression. We've carefully researched possible ways of demonstrating Provo's values from the first moment people enter the city at these 5 gateways, which are just, sorry about that. It's Provo Canyon, Geneva Road, Center Street, South State Street, and Lakeview Parkway. While there are many more gateways than these, due to our small class, we elected to focus on the 5 that we saw as having the most potential for serious economic and cultural opportunities. Today, we will briefly discuss 2 of these gateways, Lakeview Parkway, followed by Canyon Road. These gateways exemplify an enormous potential in economic development and cultural significance, respectively. We will be excited to hear questions or comments after our brief presentation.
Do I just scroll on this?
Yeah,
or?
you have to point to the...
Okay. Okay, awesome. So the first gateway that we're going to talk about is the Lakeview Parkway Gateway. And we feel that this gateway really represents the economic opportunity that our gateways have and the potential for economic growth they can bring to our city. And so for this gateway, the intersection that we're focusing on is between Interstate 15, University Avenue, and Lakeview Parkway. And so this area has a lot of potential. It's a really highly trafficked area, and it has easy access both north and south and into downtown Provo. And it's projected to see continued growth in the future as South and West Provo further develop. It has struggled in recent years, however, to compete with development in Orem and in Spanish Fork. And so our suggestions to help improve this gateway and help it better reflect Provo's values are first to develop a neighborhood commercial retail center north of Lakeview Parkway and to the west of Interstate 15. We spoke with residents in the area, and they've expressed their desire for grocery options that are closer to their homes in South and in West Provo. Our second suggestion is to create an economic opportunity zone that could take advantage of Provo's younger demographics and cultivate startups, as well as flexible retail, commercial, and office spaces. We feel that this would strengthen Provo's commercial tax base, and help them compete with cities like Lehigh for Utah's growing tech industry. And our third suggestion is to build a regional wetlands park to draw in visitors and help reconnect the city with Utah Lake. We feel like Utah Lake is a really underutilized resource that the city has right now. And really, this area is uniquely positioned within Provo to be a true regional hub for Utah County. It's located near the expanding Provo Airport, the soon-to-redevelop Provo Town Center Mall, the new medical school, and it provides easier access to growing South Utah County than any other area in Provo. We feel that with the right vision, this area could become the next Thanksgiving Point. And that a vibrant gateway in this location will help to attract more businesses and help increase Provo's clout within the wider region.
Okay, as far as the Canyon Road gateway goes, this kind of gets to the point that Councilman Harding was talking about in the earlier presentation. Like, what do people really like about living in Provo? And, you know, as we mentioned earlier, Provo is a great place as far as cultural and societal, like it's a cultural and societal hub, but it's also deeply connected to nature. Through the Canyon Road, right, we're able to engage in lots of different activities. I'm a big rock climber and an avid skier, and I love that within 15 minutes I can be on a rock from my house, right? You just go up Rock Canyon, get up there and get going. And my wife refuses to go anywhere other than Sundance to ski because Sundance is only 20 minutes away, right? People love this aspect of Provo, the mix of a fun, energetic place along with a closeness to nature. Unfortunately, we have some issues as far as, sorry, just to the end of the pictures. We have some issues as far as the Provo River Parkway go. Sorry, if you'll actually just go up one more slide. Yeah, right there. So these are pictures, if you wouldn't mind looking, just taken 3 months ago. As you can see, right, like it's hard for people who love Provo to see heaps of garbage and rundown warehouses, right, unpainted lines, unlit. People don't feel safe using this area of the trail, which is really detrimental because this whole trail is built around connecting the societal hub to nature, right? Ideally, you'd be able to get on a bike or run from your house up the canyon. But because people don't feel safe using this stretch of trail, and it's actually, I mean, just a very small portion of the trail, less than a mile long, that's in this state of repair, people experience a severe disconnect from the thing that they love most about Provo. So we have some suggestions. The first is to create a pedestrian crossing or bridge at 5600 North so that residents from nearby neighborhoods can better access the trails on the opposite side of University Avenue. Currently, it's very difficult to cross University Avenue, and so these trails are limited to only the people living to the west of University Avenue. People don't want to cross that road on a bike. We have stories of people literally packing up their family's bikes and driving 2 miles to a parking lot so that they can access the trail when their house is within half a mile of the trail. And so that's why we also think it'd be very important to add streetlights, a bike lane, a rest stop, and a sidewalk to the same area to increase safety and aesthetic appeal at trail points. If we can get people to feel safer using these trails, right? If we can have a higher system of safety and maintenance, these trails will be used more, and these aspects of what people really love about Provo will be emphasized. The final connection is just a landscape in the median from 5600 North to the Riverwoods Mall to create a visual connection between the two spaces, right? If we can help commuters and residents feel connected to the canyon just through relatively small landscaping, we'll be able to further this feeling that Provo has of being connected to nature.
So in conclusion, our invitations for the city council is first to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. In our packet, we have a lot of ideas, and some of them we know are more easy to implement than others, but we do feel that our ideas generally are well researched and well thought out, and we do feel that they really would positively impact our community. Our second is to especially consider zoning and other policy suggestions that could be implemented more easily and at less cost. And we'd also like to invite you to be engaged and involved in the process as it continues to move forward. As Melissa said, we're really just the first step. The city's hiring consultants and is going to work to further its gateway plan. And so we'd ask you to communicate with those consultants, to communicate with your constituents, to talk with residents and with stakeholders about gateways, and to really help and shape this process. And finally, we just ask you to advocate for gateways that showcase what makes Provo truly a special place and gateways that truly welcome people home. Thank you. And if you guys have any questions or comments, we'd love to answer those.
Mr. Fillmore.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. It's a fine presentation. Can we get copies of your PowerPoint and your written statements?
Yeah.
I do believe that those got sent to you guys.
Already? They're already sent in? Oh, good. I just overlooked them. Speaking for myself, and I believe at least a majority of the council, you fellows are preaching to the choir.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Personally, I chair the Economic Development Committee for the city, for City Council. And one of our high priorities is improving, enhancing, beautifying, and optimizing our gateways. And so would you like to meet with our committee sometime soon?
We'd love to.
We really would love to, actually.
Give us your phone numbers and we'll be in touch.
Okay. All right. Oh,
Mr. Henley?
I just want to thank Professor Rowan and all of you guys, all the students who took the class. It's such a great service to the city, and I hope it was a valuable experience for you. I don't take these as mere exercises. In past iterations of these kinds of presentations, I've consistently found them to be very helpful. So I really appreciate it, and I appreciate Professor Rowan's creativity in the classroom to make something like this possible. So congratulations on taking a great class and doing so well. All right.
By the way, can I ask a question? Is this an ongoing project or is this a semester thing that's now done?
So it's a semester-length class, which should be over in the next week. As Dylan mentioned, though, city management is bringing in outside consultants to further this project. So we've kind of laid the groundwork. We've put some ideas out. We've got some research together. So you should be able to just work with the future consultants.
Outside of a finite classroom experience, do some of you want to stay involved in this?
Yeah, it's a very interesting experience. Oh, sorry, Dylan.
well, so I'm actually a planning major at BYU, and I was at the parking meeting, made a comment. I absolutely love this stuff. To be honest, I think I'm probably coming back for the city council meeting later tonight because I have some thoughts about AUDs. So yes, for me at least. And I think, I can't speak for the class, but I know a number of the other people would be interested as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Harding?
In addition to the last two comments, which I agree with, I also wanted just to commend you for the quality of the research, the quality of the assemblage of the ideas, the professionalism in which the document was put together. I don't know what it's called, but the report and then the presentation. I mean, all the way around, this was very high quality. So your whole team should be well commended.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation and to Professor Rowan for spearheading it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we'll move on to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding the recommendations from the Transportation and Mobility Advisory Committee for Center Street evaluation criteria. And this item is to be presented by Melissa McNally, Clancy Black, and Joy McMurray.
So Clancy and Joy are the chair and co-chair of TMAC, and they are not here yet. I did just inform them to come sooner. Their anticipated time was 1:30.
All right.
So if there's...
Let's take a look. Do you want us to see if there's another item we can substitute?
If there's something, yeah, if there's something that's shorter,
Okay,
I'm happy to follow.
let's see what we've got here. There's a short item that Aaron was going to present. Is he nearby or would you be able to? Would that be okay? Let's jump over to item number 5 then, an ordinance adopting Provo City Code Chapter 15.23 to adopt policies and procedures for the dedication of private streets and utilities.
I'll just briefly introduce this and then turn it over to Brian Jones if he has anything to add to it. A request was made to the city to consider taking over some privately held streets and utilities. And considering that, the city realized we had no ordinance in place by which to make that type of judgment or evaluation. So between Public Works and the Attorney's Office, they set about writing this ordinance amendment in order to adopt criteria the city could use to judge these types of requests. So that's what this Title 1523 is, setting into place those policies and procedures for the first time in Provo. We haven't had this before. This is new ordinance. That's all I have. If there's anything you'd like to add, Brian?
I'll add just a couple comments. Matt Griffiths from my office was the one who principally worked on this for legal. This was, again, this is something that arose out of Public Works. And I see the city engineer and Shane Winters are here. They may be able to answer questions if there are any. There was a group put together. That group looked at how other cities handle this issue. We found that there are a number of cities that actually make no provision for it or actually ban the adoption of private roads and utilities. But there are some cities that do allow it. Salt Lake was one of them, and we actually, in the working group, took Salt Lake's ordinance and used it as a model for our own. And the committee worked on that and made some recommendations. They received some feedback during that process. Then there was it went to Planning Commission a few weeks ago and was actually continued when some members of one of the HOAs that was making this request provided some feedback. And there was actually a draft ordinance or some draft amendments to the ordinance submitted to engineering. The committee met a couple times and virtually and in person, I think, and reviewed those comments and accepted some of them and recommended rejecting others. And the ordinance that you've got in front of you in the materials is the one that the committee recommended to the Planning Commission and that the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council. I think many of you may have been in receipt of an email that I received earlier this morning from some citizens asserting that the ordinance is overly restrictive. Again, those same comments, in fact, the comments from the very individual that sent that email were those that were reviewed by the committee, and the committee adopted or rejected them as the committee thought was their recommendation, but the ultimate policy decision is for the council.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, I believe the email you're referring to is from Harlan Hatfield. Is that
Yes.
right? And so all of the suggestions that he made in that email, you were saying have been considered by the committee and by the Planning Commission. Well, just for precision, I should clarify it this way. I saw the email, I read the email, I did not open the attachment. What was his last name? Hatfield. Mr. Hatfield was the one who provided a previous red line draft to the committee. I'm assuming that they are the same. The comments in the body of his email are all comments that were made together with that red line. And so those particular comments and the red line that he previously submitted were reviewed by the committee.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Mr. Harding.
I have plenty of thoughts, but it seems like it's going to be more appropriate to share those in the evening, which is tough because I think we still have another 20 minutes before some of those were scheduled to start. And I definitely hope that we have our presenters for item number 3 rather than just trying to move on without them. Oh, wonderful. Anyway, sorry, what did you say at the very end? Okay. Okay. Anyway,
well, I think we do have a few minutes if you'd like to share your thoughts at this point.
If it shortens the evening meeting, then let me say that like I come into this a bit from the perspective, the cities that outright ban the adoption of public streets, that resonates with me. I think, I'm sure there's a history behind each decision to create a private street in the first place. And so to kind of make changes to that I would be generally cautious of that. This is the second time that we've had it presented to us. The concept was presented in a work meeting. I believe it was a work meeting. It's hard now that we're in the same room for both meetings. It's hard to remember which was which, but we had this presented previously. I had the opportunity to talk with those who were working on this and just kind of express What I would like to see as far as creating a framework for how these requests should be analyzed, and kind of a framework for helping to decide whether or not it's in the public's best interest. And reading through the proposal that we'll be considering tonight, I was very impressed with how well that was done. There's some items on that list of things to consider to determine if it's in the public's best interest. I'm like, oh, that's weak. That's a weak argument, and because it could be used to kind of help justify some of these things. But I like that it's itemized. I like that it explains these are the things, these are the issues, these are the criteria that should be considered, and then future decision makers will be able to look at that and will be able to weigh those different criteria against each other and make that decision. But I think this is a well thought through proposal, and gives the right tools for future decisions. And so I think it was well done.
Thank you. Mr. Strachan.
A moment ago, Councilor Ellsworth had her hand up, but I don't see her on the screen at this point.
Oh, I missed that. Councilor Ellsworth, did you have a comment on this particular agenda item? I hope we didn't miss your comment.
No, I lowered my hand, so I don't have a comment at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a comment or two as well. I think I may be perhaps a little biased on this one, and I'll disclose that. But I think there are definitely cases where there's a strong, compelling interest for a private to public conversion. I remember one day I was talking with Dave Decker about this, and we have cases where we have private infrastructure that ties into public infrastructure. And I think there's some real health and safety issues to consider in those kinds of cases when we have the potential that those types of connections could affect public health if they're not maintained properly. So that's one. And in this case, we've actually got fire hydrants that have been maintained privately. And, we've had a recent fire in the area. And it just seems to me that the city should be the ones maintaining that type of infrastructure. It seems like everyone benefits in that case. And so anyway, I hope, I feel like we've got a good framework here. Looking forward to the discussion tonight, and I hope we can move this forward. And again, just disclosing my personal bias, there's some wonderful people that live there that I know pretty well. And I recall sitting in Radiant Hatfield's living room one day as I was making the very difficult decision of whether or not to run for city council. And she was considering running also. And after I ended up talking to her, I told her, if you're going to run, I'm not going to run because I think you'd be great. So anyway, she decided not to, and I ended up running. But anyway, just wanted to disclose that personal connection there. Any other comments or questions before we take this up again in tonight's meeting? All right, thank you very much. So are we ready to go back to item 3, which is a presentation regarding the recommendations from Transportation and Mobility Advisory Committee for Center Street Evaluation Criteria. And this item is to be presented by Melissa McNally, Clancy Black, and Joy McMurray.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. I'm just going to do a quick introduction of Mr. Black and Ms. McMurray, and then turn the time over to them. So Clancy Black has been a member of TMAC for 3 years and currently serves as the chair. He lives in the Mazer neighborhood and works privately as a transportation engineer. Joy McMurray is a chief navigator and expert nurturer in the McMurray family, excuse me. She currently serves as chair of the Community Council at Wasatch Elementary School and vice chair of Provo's Transportation and Mobility Committee. She enjoys working towards a transportation system that helps Provo be vibrant, effective, connected, and happy. So for the past, I think a little over a year ago, the council asked the Transportation and Mobility Committee to do a study of Center Street and come up with some evaluation criteria for some projects and project ideas. So the TMAC members have been very deliberate in their evaluation criteria and in going ahead and evaluating the projects and ideas. So that is what our chair and co-chair are here to present, maybe review the process a little and then go over their recommendations. So.
Thank you, Counselor, for letting us join you. This is a working meeting, right? Like, I'm feeling uncomfortable in this setting, but okay. So have you all been able to read the letter and information? I'm wondering how much background would be helpful for us to give. If you all have kind of read it, we can dive into questions, or we can spend 5 minutes doing background and talking through our process.
I would suggest a brief overview is always helpful.
Okay, we'll do that then. So as Melissa kind of explained, and as you all, I'm sure, hear from constituents, there are lots of ideas for what we can do to Center Street to make it, to achieve the goals of the council's policy intent statement. And primary to those goals, I wish I had the statement in front of me, but maybe Dave has it, could pull it up. Thank you. We wanted to find a way to rank or rate projects somewhat objectively in terms of how they do or do not support that policy intent statement. Too often decisions have to be made based on the loudest voice or the most recent voice that we've heard. So the idea is to add some objectivity to that. You can step up here, Joy, and interrupt anytime you want. What the process we went through was staff had piles and piles of emails and suggestions and recommendations and ideas for Center Street improvements in support of the policy statement. And the idea was that we would start with that list of projects and rank them in order for us to have a starting point. Go ahead, Dave.
Is that all right if I read the?
Yeah, thank you.
Center Street Policy Intent Statement. The Municipal Council of Provo City reaffirms our support of the designation of Center Street as a pedestrian mall and our support for the Downtown Pedestrian Statement released by Downtown Provo Incorporated in January of 2019. Our vision for Center Street between 5th West and 2nd East is, and these are the bullet points, Center Street is a pleasant, comfortable, and safe place for people to gather, to eat, to stroll, to recreate, and to spend time. Consumers want to spend time here, and businesses want to locate here. The entire public right-of-way, from building face to building face, including sidewalks and streets, contribute to this atmosphere. Center Street is safe for pedestrians. Not only is it objectively safe, but it feels safe for pedestrians. Center Street is a destination, not a thoroughfare. Center Street prioritizes pedestrians and walkability. Center Street accommodates multiple modes of transportation, including wheelchairs, strollers, scooters, bicycles, personal vehicles, and walking, but all other forms of transportation yield to pedestrians. The street design treats vehicles as guests in the pedestrian space rather than treating pedestrians as guests in the vehicle space. High-capacity mass transit is conveniently located near Center Street, but is not placed on Center Street between University Ave and 5th West. High-volume traffic is routed around historic Center Street as conveniently and efficiently as possible. And then we have 3 bullet points on timing and implementation. Going forward, every decision and every project that impacts Center Street should be made with an eye towards achieving the vision. The Center Street infrastructure should not be overhauled in one large project. Small, targeted, proactive projects may be appropriate to address the most pressing safety concerns or that have the greatest impact on the feel of Center Street, moving it from a thoroughfare to a walkable destination. And then we all approved this statement, which concludes with the Provo Municipal Council intends to enact legislation aligned with this vision.
Specific projects, or even as the policy statement mentions, specific legislation about Center Street. The criteria we came up with were: first, prioritizes pedestrian safety and comfort while supporting multiple modes of transportation. So emphasizing that this is a pedestrian space, vehicles are guests, and making sure pedestrians feel safe and welcome is top priority. And that was given 35% of our weighted scoring. Second was maintains and supports convenient access to businesses and services. Recognizing that without businesses and services there, no one will have a reason to go there anyway. That was given 30% of the weight. So pedestrian safety and comfort, we weighted slightly higher than that. And then third, contributes to the aesthetics of the destination and enhances the downtown experience. And the purpose of this is that the design matters. We could have a very, very safe environment that is not very friendly or welcoming. No one really wants to be there, even though it's extremely safe. And that's really the goal of criteria 3, and that was given 25% of the weight. The last item uses interim design strategies to demonstrate potential outcomes, and incorporated phase design was given just 10% of the weight. The reason we added that was kind of the timing comments in the policy statement. We wanted to try and prioritize more highly measures that could be tested first, because any change you make, Center Street is a very sensitive environment. So we don't want to do something that would have a negative impact. Or if there's going to be negative response, we want to learn about it first so that we know how to address that if it is a positive improvement. So that was the weighting we gave. You want to add anything to that weighting discussion?
No, we just tried to be true to what we understood the council's priorities to be as expressed in the statement, and try to reflect that in our weighting.
So we used a -2 to +2 scale. So if a proposed project had a significant negative impact on that ranking criteria, it would be given a -2. Significant positive impact, it would give a +2. And then we went through this list that we started with. That
0 would be neutral,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it just doesn't affect that particular criterion.
Yeah, no impact. Or maybe it was a little bit on both sides, we'd give it a 0. So using those criteria and the list that staff had put together, we basically went through every project and spent an entire meeting, I think, on each single criteria. So four entire TMAC meetings ranking these.
Lots of good discussion from our members from all over Provo. It was a good process.
Yeah, it was extremely helpful process. And yeah, so that's how we came to this list. Like I said, here's the list today, and it's also a way that we think projects could be ranked in the future. And I think now might be a good time to point out a few.
Just a few more thoughts on that. So you'll see the total scores that they're given. It's important to understand what this list is and what it's not. This list is a metric of, as objectively as we could, of how each of the ideas that have been floated over years and years meets the stated criteria the council has given and the vision for Center Street. It is not a prioritized list of, hey, a projects list that we should start working our way down. Some of these projects you'll see are very similar or repetitive. We don't need to do both of them. And some of them are maybe not a good idea or not even possible given the cost. So this is not a practical, let's start. This is what we actually think we should do. This is a starting place for an objective of, do these ideas match or not match the council's priorities?
Thanks. Yeah, that's important. So I want to point out a few examples to that end from the list. So maybe let's see where would be a good place to start. So let's start with item 1. So this item was install an entry arch. And and I'll speak to this for a second. We also did not design each of these projects. These are still very conceptual projects. Exact placement and design, while extremely critical, was not within the scope of what we could do. So you may have questions about what would it look like, where would it go, and we can provide our opinion, but that was not what we were doing. So this ranked highest because it supported pedestrian safety. The idea is that send a clear message to people that they are entering a downtown area, a new area that's different from just a regular through street. That slows cars down and reminds them, hey, I'm a guest here. And it helps pedestrians feel more welcome. It doesn't impact business and supports business, and it contributes to the aesthetics. So that's why that ranked very highly. The next two on the list are very, very similar. So this is a great example of what Joy said, where we may not do both of these, and it wouldn't make sense to just work your way down the list. Item 2 is installing raised crosswalks at the mid-block crossing locations. And item 3 is raised intersections, or an intersection table where the whole intersection is raised at 100, 300, and or 400 West. Yeah. So again, those are very similar measures applied differently that would be very effective based on the criteria. And item 3, where we propose raising intersections, I shouldn't say propose, the item to raise intersections is also very closely related to item 8, which is to close 100 West and 400 West to traffic entering or exiting Center Street. Those would make a lot of sense to do in conjunction with each other if they were selected for moving forward. So those are some nuances to the list.
Should talk about items lower down.
Yeah, I will say real quick, in our description and comments to the far right of the spreadsheet, you got to kind of open the spreadsheet and expand that column. We try to capture some of these thoughts to help you all, but there's a lot of prioritization or actual selection that's still needed.
And some of the items that ranked high on the list ranked high because they check the boxes in multiple categories. But it's very possible that there are items lower down the list, like 21, 22, where you're painting slow on the road, where really that only helps pedestrian safety. It helps in one category. It's not going to really contribute to business or aesthetics, but it's an easy, inexpensive option that we could do early while we're still deciding on the bigger projects, which ones are we choosing. So just because something is lower down on the list doesn't mean it's not a good idea. It just doesn't match as many of the criteria. So something to be aware of is also.
Yeah, and the cost column was put in there by staff just to give a general scale of, hey, this is cheap, this is expensive. And then the potential timing column, my belief is that was an initial timing to say, hey, we think we could do this time, but if the council decided to move forward with any of these, of course, you can do it next year or whenever funding works out. And some of these we honestly don't like the idea, and they still ranked highly. Number 6, construct median walkway for center parking access. The idea there was to improve the sidewalks that are in the middle of Center Street that provide access to the center parking. Because people struggle to go around trees on wheelchairs or strollers. And in theory, it sounds like a great improvement, but we just could not think of a practical way to do that without removing a lot of parking or a lot of trees or an entire lane of travel. So it ranks highly, and in theory would be a great project, but for practical reasons, it may not really make any sense at all. Yeah.
And on that one, I remember part of the discussion was if we implement a handful of these, we may get Center Street to have that pedestrian mall feel to the point where the cars are just, going very slowly and carefully because they're driving through a pedestrian mall. And so you no longer need sidewalks in the middle of the road, which is probably the reason why we don't have sidewalks there from the beginning. The idea is the whole area is a pedestrian mall. It should feel more like a parking lot where cars are just, going very slowly and pulling in and out and not, driving as a thoroughfare.
Yeah, I should feel comfortable opening my trunk and blocking a car while I load my stroller because I am the primary user of this street. Yeah. Yeah, I think those are a few we wanted to point out for the sake of discussion. We can talk next steps unless there's anything you want to talk about first. Okay. So next steps, one suggestion from staff was that staff work on putting together possibly some strategies or sets of improvements that would make sense to do together or could easily be tested. That made a lot of sense to us. They can apply their professional experience and say, hey, we think ABC are good things to move forward with. And so that's what was recommended. And we like that idea. They could develop some initial proposals and then TMAC or council could review those. We're happy to help however needed. Or you could simply have this as reference when looking at capital improvement plans and hearing suggestions from constituents and anyone in the city. So I think that's what we wanted to cover, and we can answer questions or do whatever you like.
Mr. Shipley.
Well, thank you. First of all, it's a lot of work. You guys were working on this last year for a little while I was, a long time, a lot of effort went into this. As I was looking at it, when you were talking about having subsets, I think for me to analyze different things, it would be really helpful to have those subsets, because I'm reading through some of these and they don't work together, or they wouldn't work if the other one happened, anyway, so it'd just be really helpful. It's kind of overwhelming for me to see it all. It's organized in a way where I think I can start at the top and try to prioritize some of those ones at the top, but then it probably precludes a lot of other ones if we accomplish some of those. And anyway, so to your point about having subsets and having maybe engineering review different subsets for which ones can complement each other and can happen together. And then the other thing is, I like the cost breakdown just because I like the cost breakdown, but it doesn't help me understand yet what that really means, right? So I think engineering probably has an idea of what it means, and I just don't. So they can probably help us understand a little bit more granular detail and how much they really cost. They probably have ranges that can help us out on most of those, and I think that'd be a helpful step as well. Thank you very much, though.
Yeah. Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to you both and to everyone else who's worked on this. I really like how helpful it is. I like the idea, by the way, of an entry arch. I hope it's not elk antlers, because that's already been done in Jackson Hole. And that's not who we are, I don't think. Anyway, I'm glad you didn't specify. But that'll be an interesting question, right? Is what that'll end up looking like. But I think the idea is actually really appealing. I sort of have an open-ended question with a sort of leaning of my own, but I'm wondering, we just heard a presentation about gateways from the students. This is relevant to one of our gateways, and we're talking about a gateway plan. I hate to see, there's some things here that feel actionable pretty quickly here, and I just feel like Center Street's just been in limbo for the longest time. And so I'm wondering, my leaning, I guess, is to fold this should be sent to the consultants. This should be part of that gateway committee's discussion, but I would love to get engineering and TMAC's recommendations if you guys have the 2 or 3 most important actionable items that we could start moving on right away, so that we're not just slowing down the whole process, because I think some of these might feel like, to me, like no-brainers if we can make them happen. Anyway, it's just my gut tells me we've got a really great tool that will help the gateways plan and probably should be folded into there, but I guess I'm just a little nervous about, we may not have a gateway plan, and now I'm not even looking at Dave Sewell and Dave Harding anymore. I'm just passing them over entirely. But we may not have a gateway plan for like another year, right, or more. And so I would hate to see this just gather dust in the meantime. So that's my thought.
Mr. Fillmore?
I'm curious. This is obviously a lot of work on your part. I don't know how many hours you've accumulated, or even if you keep track, but obviously you've really dedicated a lot of time to it. Thank you so much for that.
Not as much as you all, but
Yeah.
sometimes.
I don't know. That's a very thoughtful effort. I'm curious if you began with the presumption that you would maintain two-way traffic on Center Street, or if you took a serious look at one-way traffic on Center and the opposite direction on First North, for example.
That,
That idea was not one of the proposals on the list. Was it, or was it?
I thought it was.
I don't remember discussing that one.
The short answer is we expect to maintain 2 lanes.
I
I can't remember if it was on the list.
don't think
Well,
so.
Stop traffic.
Oh,
Yeah, we talked about stopping traffic
Item-
completely, but
Item 27, remove 1 lane of traffic each direction. So it was an option evaluated. It ranked pretty low, near the bottom that was still above 0. Because, second criteria, sorry. Yeah, access.
business.
Essentially, you're in a parking lot at that point, because anytime someone is crossing or pulling in or out, that through lane is now just a parking lot, which isn't comfortable for cars for sure, and is often uncomfortable for pedestrians because there's now a line of cars constantly clogging up the entire street. So it was a project and it ranked very low.
Let me jump track a little bit. So what was the general input you got from the downtown business people about cutting off traffic altogether?
Yeah, we had, Quinn came and went over the list with us at one of our meetings. And we went through every item with him and since he represents Downtown Provo Initiative, and they at this time are not excited about that option. They feel like it will slow, you want to speak to that too?
Yeah,
It'll slow it down too much and affect their business.
Yeah, they've studied a lot of pedestrian malls that closed vehicular traffic, and nearly all of them reopened to vehicular traffic within a few or several years.
Just pressure from the retail businesses.
Yeah, so it's a very delicate balance of prioritizing the pedestrian while still allowing the vehicles. I think we have a lot of great elements already there that do that. Personally, I think we just need to find some ways to slow down vehicles, which especially item 2 and 3 and item 1, a lot of the items, but a lot of them accomplish that.
Well, the problem with that for the downtown business, as well as other things in our city, is that we're built out and we have a lot of things baked in already, right? And the cost to make drastic change is pretty excessive. So your consensus, I take it, is to find ways to slow things down and make things more accessible, more beautiful for that matter, for pedestrian traffic, and just hope that the slowdown works.
Yeah.
And that we can come up with a parking plan for the downtown area that works more effectively.
I do think, speaking for me personally, but Councilmember Harding would also agree. As you're aware, our main conflict with Center Street, it's serving 2 purposes. We want it to be this vibrant downtown pedestrian mall, but it's also functioning as an arterial, one of our few east-west routes in Provo with 20,000 plus. If Shane were here, he'd give us the exact numbers, but it's functioning as an east-west arterial route, and you can't do both. So, as TMAC has discussed frequently, we can make these changes to increase pedestrian safety, but it will only truly be effective if we also do other things to increase east-west mobility in Provo. That's the only way. Otherwise, you will constantly have that pressure and that conflict and that frustration on both sides. It has to be a more holistic approach.
You have put your finger on the number 1 dilemma.
I'm sure you're aware of it too, but it's nice to have it officially stated.
Last question for me, if you would. You're aware that we're in the process of the developing the eastern part of the Civic Center block, the McWhinney development that we're working on. How has that factored into your thinking?
Take that.
Yeah, take that.
So that is actually my answer to the question Mr. Hanley posed earlier in terms of items to act on soon. Items 2 and 3 that I've mentioned, raised crosswalks or raised intersections. With that whole block developing, I think it provides a significant opportunity to leverage developer involvement and approvals to possibly do a raised intersection at 3rd or 4th West, since there's going to be significant construction and cost anyway. in addition, a lot of these elements have to do with parking adjustments, seating adjustments, landscaping adjustments on the building side of the street, not the median. So creating a design, we're not going to wholesale rebuild everything, but we are going to wholesale rebuild one entire side of one block. Creating a design for that block that fits this criteria and these goals and is adaptable and consistent with what's already there, I think is extremely important, because if we can have a template for this new city center block that can be applied other places as major construction happens, it sets us up really well for the future.
Would UDOT be supportive of your efforts to slow down efforts?
To slow down what?
Would UDOT be supportive of some of these slowdown efforts you're suggesting, raised sidewalks and so on?
Well, because it's not a state road, they, I don't know that they would have any opinion. I know that from 5th West, or let me back up. A lot of these items relate to 100 North and making that a more attractive route. And I know UDOT is supportive and working with engineering right now to make the 5th West and Center Street intersection a little better so that people can easily get to 100 North routed around downtown. So I think they are supportive in general, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry.
I think we've had multiple discussions with the state, and they're willing to assist us with, because they know, all these elements we've had kind of presented this to them, and asked them to.
Yeah, Shane, just a reminder, it's always hard for the recording to get you from that far back.
No, Shane actually was here. He can give you the exact numbers.
So yes, we coordinate with the state on a monthly basis, and we have talked about this quite a bit of receiving their assistance of helping, one, not only slow traffic on Center Street and what we can do, make that happen before they actually get to the downtown Center Street. We've talked about the intersection and what improvements that we can do there. They're very willing to assist us in making that happen. I think we've just, as we went through this process, they've just asked us keep them update, and then they are absolutely willing to have those talks and help us accomplish our goals with this. So
that's great to hear. Thank you, Shane.
You bet.
Mr. Harding.
It's been a pleasure to sit in on the TMAC meetings this past year, and this is a dedicated, smart group of caring residents who care about our transportation needs, and I think it's very evident in the recommendation that they're giving us, or the framework that they've provided for us. A couple thoughts. I think we've all kind of hit on the tension there with it being an east-west arterial. Already the last time I was bringing people into downtown Provo for lunch, we had it up on our Google Maps, and it's on, the restaurant was on Center Street, but it actually suggested that we go up to First North to get to kind of where it was at and then drop down rather than taking Center Street. And I think that's what has to happen. It has to get to the point where Center Street is a great place a great destination, but is not an attractive thoroughfare, for people that are just driving through. And you can do that by making it painful to be on Center Street, but we don't want to do that. We want people to be there, but we can also do that by making First North and making that transition as easy as possible. So people, they want to take First North because it's 35. Why drive 15 when you can just jump up one block and you can go at 35? So that is going to be key to it. But then, for the people who accidentally stumble into Center Street, we want it to be, a great experience, but also not a pleasant one to drive quickly through. So, and I think with that in mind, a lot of these items, you can kind of ask, are we accomplishing that with this item or not? The talk, we were just, there was a comment about Center Street being a part of the gateway. At least as the BYU team defined it, they had a more narrow between 16th West and 9th West was kind of their main focus. but some of their ideas are a little bit more expanded from 1860 West to 5th West. But in either case, this is kind of the gateway to get to historic Center Street rather than, so they're actually kind of not, I mean, they work together, but they're kind of the scopes don't overlap much. And so I think, again, they'll work together, they'll complement each other, but I don't think they necessarily compete against each other. So I think we can kind of move forward without worrying too much about the gateway plan. And if we're getting close to the end of the discussion, I'd like to make a motion that the council thank TMAC for their efforts in preparing this framework and request that public works staff put together a proposal, including timing on how they would propose that we move forward with using these ideas and using this framework.
We'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Harding and second by Mr. Fillmore. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, just to clarify, so we're asking engineering to review and come back with suggestions based on this report.
To put together kind of a cohesive plan of this is what they would recommend their first steps would for us to being, and then in 2 years after that we would take these steps, but actually put together kind of a coherent, cohesive plan.
Okay, thank you. I support that.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? I'll call for a vote then. All in favor? Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
And I guess everyone else is here, so that motion passes unanimously. Thanks again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I believe we're now at the point where we had a break scheduled. We're a little bit early though, which is great. This is probably a time certain presentation, I'm guessing.
They are here, so we can take a 10-minute break and be right on time.
Be ready at 2:00. Okay, let's break until 2:00 then.
Recording stopped.
They texted, say they were here, so they must be outside.
We'll proceed with item number 4, which is a presentation regarding the proposed dredging and development of Utah Lake. And this item is to be presented by Craig Christensen from Conserve Utah Valley and Ben Abbott from BYU. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Craig Christensen. I'm the Executive Director of Conserve Utah Valley. And in my presentation today, both Ben and I represent a coalition of about 13 different conservation groups. The Utah Lake Conservation Coalition that is very alarmed at what's happening or could potentially happen with Utah Lake. If you've been busy, and we all have been, it's easy to miss what happened in 2018. 2018, the Utah state legislators sought to solve the problem of Utah Lake with a bill that gave the sovereign lake bed to developers so they could fix it for us. Then they created House Bill 2017 and passed that. The 4 years since then, a great deal has been going on behind the scenes. Developers have created a project called Utah Lake Restoration Project that would, quote, solve, end quote, the lake's problem by digging up the lake bed to make islands, about 20,000 acres worth of islands. We have 3 grave concerns about this project's, about the islands project: economics, ecology, and engineering. And we'd like to just share some data with you about what we've found out about this. Now, again, we don't have a lot of information from the developer. We've tried to get as much information as we can. That's been fairly close to the vest. Some of this goes back to information from previous islands projects. But we'd like to share with you some of the things that we've learned about these 3 topics. And I'd like to introduce Ben Abbott. Ben Abbott is a professor at Brigham Young University, and this happens to be his wheelhouse. So let me turn the time over to Ben.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you so much for making the time to talk about this. What Craig didn't share about me is my phobia is boring people. And so feel free at any time to give me some kind of visual gesture that you want me to skip ahead to the punchline.
Your phobia is that of boring people or that you will bore people? Because no promises.
Thank you very much, Councilman Holbert, for that opportunity. Of me boring people is what I'm afraid of. So I'm really glad that we are starting out on a good foot. So we want to just give an overview here of the Utah Lake system and then specifically of this islands proposal. And can I use this or, oh yeah, wow, awesome. This summarizes research that began in August of this year, or rather was synthesized in August at the Utah Lake Symposium. So if you want to dig into any of the details and evaluate the references, go to utahlake.byu.edu. You can find all of the presentations and information there. And as Craig mentioned, more recently, the Utah Lake Conservation Coalition that you can find at don'tpaveutahlake.org has been mobilized to try to get the word out about what may happen. Now, I put forward that Utah Lake is maybe the most misunderstood water body in the state. And here's a non-rhetorical question. When you hear the word Utah Lake, what are the first things that come to mind? This is open to all council or anybody in the audience if...
Underutilized resource.
Underutilized resource, great.
United Shores.
United
Lake Shore.
Oh, yeah.
Algae blooms.
Algae blooms, yeah.
Shallow and murky.
Okay, great. So three views there.
The first place I walked on ice.
Me as well. What about the trend? Who thinks that Utah Lake is getting better? You can raise your hand. Who thinks it's staying the same? Who thinks it's getting worse? Okay, so we've got all 3 opinions here. And I hear that very often in discussions of Utah Lake. If you look at the headlines, this is the view that you get of Utah Lake. Notifications from the DEQ that it's closed for algal blooms. And then I have gotten after Rick Egan at the Salt Lake Tribune. This is, I think, the only picture of Utah Lake that they have, which is like a cinder block covered in algae. The scientific view of Utah Lake is very, very different from what's shown in the news. Is it possible to scroll up just a little bit here? Oh, sorry, the other direction. So the current status, if I, up a little, sorry, I think that the slide, just center the slide and we'll be good. But this is good enough. You can see the 4 points. If I were to give you just a single slide about the current status of Utah Lake, here are the 4 things. Habitat and biodiversity are really improving. Concerted restoration efforts since the 1980s have made big moves forward. Invasive species are declining. The June sucker was downlisted this year. That is hard to overstate how important that is. That very rarely happens. It's a huge sign of success. Number 2, water flow to the lake is very secure. So many of you have heard about the Great Salt Lake reaching all-time lows. Despite our extreme drought, Utah Lake has a good water level. It's below compromise, but only a few feet. So, and this is thanks to really cooperative and positive long-term relationships with water users around the valley. Number 3, algal bloom intensity, severity, and frequency is decreasing. So we now have 35 years of satellite data that show that since we started returning water flow and reducing nutrient flow to the lake, there has been a measurable decline in algal blooms. And then finally, the public is becoming more aware of this resource. So we were down at the lake just a few weeks ago on the path by Vineyard, and we were amazed at the number of people that were there. So when I was a kid, it was very common to go to the lake, but there's been a dry period where there haven't been many boats or people out on the lake. Thankfully, that's changing. Also, I just wanted to point out, there are more photos of Utah Lake than just of algae blooms. And Utah Lake Photography Club, extremely active on Facebook and Instagram for anybody who wants more details. I won't spend time, but here are just some views of the lake. It is beautiful from every angle and in every season. It's really an extraordinary water body. In the Great Basin, this is the second largest freshwater lake, and it's really a gem at the heart of our valley. Amazing habitat. There are 35 million birds that use the Utah Lake system, more than 10 million fish that live within Utah Lake. It's a hot spot of biodiversity that supports the whole Pacific Flyway. Really important, not only to our valley, but to the whole Western United States. So just more pretty photos of Utah Lake. So even though it's pretty, we still can ask the question, what does it do for us besides those beautiful views? And so here are 7 ecosystem services that Utah Lake provides that some people are not aware of. It's extremely important to local weather and climate. So Utah Lake is a major source of precipitation. When we have rain in the summer or snow in the winter, we get lake effect. By some estimates, it's as much as 10% of our annual precipitation that's associated not just with Utah Lake, but the Utah Lake Great Salt Lake system. So it's really important to continued precipitation. Second, it also has a very large cooling effect. So when you're within the valley, there's a 1 to 2 degrees difference in temperature because it's like a giant swamp cooler. That evaporation is actually decreasing the temperature in the summertime. It's also a water source for thousands of water users, both here in Utah County and in Salt Lake County. As I mentioned, really important habitat. Number 4 is important. It removes about 250 tons of phosphorus and even more nitrogen every year. That's because of the lake sediment, which is really active in the microbial community, and the wetlands around and in the lake. It also protects air quality. Salt Lake, but really famously, Los Angeles is spending tens of millions of dollars every year on dust abatement because they neglected a lake near them, Owens Lake, which went dry, and now they have to deal with the dry lake bed. World-class recreation and views. And then most important to me personally, as someone who grew up here in Utah Valley, this lake has a lot of cultural and spiritual importance. I'll talk just a little bit about the history of the lake. But again, remember, this is the hand gesture that'll get me to move along. If we go back far in time, this was part of the Lake Bonneville system. We were under about 400 feet of water if you go back 20,000 years. I love looking here. Almost all of the communities that we now know were actually under the level of Lake Bonneville at that time. And then the Native American history is quite extraordinary. We now know that people have been in this area for more than 20,000 years. And that's pre-Clovis people for any of you archaeology buffs. Fremont, Numic, and then most recently the Timpanogos Nation. They were the group that was here when the Mormon pioneers arrived in the valley in 1850, just a few years after they arrived in Salt Lake.
And there initially were very good relations between the Timpanogos and the Mormon pioneers. That broke down. Unfortunately, there was a series of conflicts, and it ended in the Timpanogos Nation being relocated to the Uinta Valley Reservation, which had been created by President Lincoln, actually. And it wasn't until a few decades after that that the Ute tribe was relocated here. So we've kind of lost that cultural connection. There are local Utes, but the Timpanogos Nation, which live on the same reservation, haven't been as involved. Now, more recently, in 1854 and 1855, there were crop failures of the Mormon pioneers, and Utah Lake came to the rescue. Harvest of June sucker supported not only Utah Valley, but the whole Wasatch Front. That was one of the reasons why the settlement succeeded. So we talk about the miracle of the seagulls. This is just as miraculous, the bounty of the lake. Now, this is relevant to the island's proposal. When Utah was granted statehood in 1896, Utah Lake and all water bodies were entrusted to the state of Utah under the equal footing doctrine. This said, Utah, you are responsible for the permanent upkeep of these lands. And it also meant that the sovereign state lands should be held in permanent trust for the people of Utah, present and future. It was a very clear constitutional responsibility of the state. And after that time, Utah Lake was the cultural and economic center of our valley. There were resorts all around the lake. Here are two resort boats that would go out, a dancing boat, USS Showboat. There's a fabulous video called Utah Lake Legacy. That's an hour-long video put together by the June Sucker Recovery Program. Highly recommend giving it a watch. The biggest catastrophe in the history of Utah Lake happened during the Dust Bowl. In 1835, because of extreme water diversions that weren't regulated, combined with a drought actually quite similar to what we're going through now, Utah Lake dried up. The Provo River was channelized in a small canal that went from the delta over to the Jordan River to make sure people downstream could get their water. The governor declared a state of emergency. It caused big problems with agriculture and property values. And after that, very careful water regulation was put in place, and Utah Lake started to recover hydrologically. And again, continued to be a cultural center and recreational center. Now, in the 1970s, the federal government, during the oil crisis, wanted to drill for oil under Utah Lake. This is, of course, a doctored photo. It's not I put the oil rig on there. But the Utah state government, with support from leaders in Utah Valley, took this all the way to the Supreme Court and said, no, you can't exercise eminent domain. This is sovereign land that has to be held in public trust for the people of Utah. That was upheld in the Supreme Court in the 80s. But all of these changes did alter the lake system. And from what we know now with sediment studies, in the 60s or 70s, there was a transition from a macrophyte-dominated system with lots of reeds around and within the lake to an algae-dominated system. That was kind of the peak of algal blooms. We still didn't have much wastewater treatment, and the population was growing quite rapidly. So there was that transition. And then with the Clean Water Act in 1972 and the listing of the June Sucker in 1986, restoration began in earnest. And that's what I mentioned in that first slide. Since that time, this is a study that just came out this year that compared Utah Lake to all water bodies in the US. They found that Utah Lake was actually in the cleanest category as far as algal blooms and also some other pollutants. And then within Utah, it's cleaner than average. So compared to many other reservoirs and water bodies that have a better reputation, the measurable water quality is actually better in Utah Lake, thanks to the concerted restoration efforts that have been made. This is a graph that just shows the trends in algal blooms. If it's a blue color, that means there's a decreasing trend based on 2 independent satellite studies. A green color or a gray color means no change, and a green color means an increase. So there are kind of 2 stories here. The lake as a whole is getting better. However, near the outlets of wastewater treatment plants, notably Provo Bay, which many people interact with, there has been an increase in algal blooms. So it's not all rosy, but it does demonstrate for the lake as a whole, we're making good progress. Another common misconception that this islands project is based on is that the lake bed is contaminated. And there now are 2 lake-wide studies that have shown the lake sediment has background levels of nutrients in them, as well as extremely low levels of heavy metals and other contaminants. This is great news because nothing as big as Utah Lake has ever been dredged before. It would be the world's largest dredging project. Also, Councilman Fillmore and I were talking about this before. The ecological community has moved away from dredging
dredging. We found that as often as not, it makes the situation worse. It's no longer a commonly used ecological practice, except for very small ponds that you can control. So most of the lake bed is fine. And then in 2017, this idea came up. Lake Restoration Solutions, LLC, presented a proposal where they wanted to build 20,000 acres of artificial islands that they could sell and house 500,000 people. This is a rendering from their project proposal, which you can still find on ffsl.gov, the state forestry, fire, and state lands. The problem, of course, think back to the oils crisis, was that this was against the state constitution. And so they had to change the law to move forward, even to consider the project. And so the CEO at that time, Ben Parker, and his brother, Todd Parker, talked with Representative Mike McKell, now Senator Mike McKell, and they passed a law called the Utah Lake Amendments. It was HB 272. It now is called the Utah Lake Restoration Act. And this changed two things. I actually it's a very short piece of legislation. You can just look it up. But there are two parts to it. They're general provisions that kind of describe the lake system. I find that they're actually quite accurate. Props to the state legislature for that. Except for number 4, they said that there's not a reasonable public funding source for further restoring lake. I think that that's incorrect. There are both federal and state resources available. But part 2 is where the problems came in. They changed the law to allow the legislature to dispose of the lake bed and give it for no financial compensation to a private party in exchange for what they call comprehensive restoration of the lake system. And there are some requirements of what that means. They were not based on the current ecological understanding of the lake, though some of them are good. And number 2, the way that they're going to evaluate these proposals is 3 criteria. Is it going to generate revenue for state and local government? Is it going to enhance state property? And then is the timeline and feasibility of the project okay? So this was, from what we can tell, it seemed like a low risk change to law because no big project like this had been done. Unfortunately, right as soon as that was made, this company with financing from out of the country has been pushing forward and lobbying the legislature. We found out that they got a $10 million loan guarantee this year to start PR and advertising and permitting of this project. So rather than it being a private company fully taking responsibility and working to restore the lake, it's ended up looking a lot more like a state subsidized development in one of our most sensitive ecosystems. So that's where a lot of our concerns come from. Here are again some screenshots of their materials. And on the right is the proposal, which you can find. It's 250 pages, but it's heavy on images and light on text, so you can read it quite rapidly. Here is the summary, and I'm sure that they might disagree with some of my characterizations. I tried to really restrict myself to just what they're saying. So it's a for-profit venture, 20,000 acres. That's a fifth of the lake bed. House 500,000 people. That's about the current population of Utah County. They'll solve all of the lake's ecological and hydrological problems. It would, of course, constitute the largest land transfer. I put land in quotation because it's lake bed, right? It's not dry land, but it's called land legally. But for context, this is 8 times larger than any dredged island project that's ever been done. And that project was done by the government of Japan with tens of billions of dollars of resources and teams of hundreds of engineers. This is 8 times larger than that airport project. It's 370 times larger than any freshwater dredging project that has ever been done. It is out of this world as far as the size of the project. They claim to have $6.5 billion lined up in international funding. But they went public on the SEC last year and only managed to raise $200,000. And that looked like it came from a single donor. So confusing about the solvency and finances. And then, as I mentioned, they're already receiving state funds. They applied for EPA funding through the WIFIA program, the Water Infrastructure branch of the EPA. They thankfully were not invited to submit a proposal. That it was a pre-proposal that was considered, and 50 pre-proposals were put in. 38 were invited to submit a full proposal. Thankfully, theirs wasn't one of them, though it was waitlisted. There's been a lot of confusion about that waitlisting. It means that they're not invited to submit a proposal unless something changes down the road. And they're claiming, contrary to the scientific evidence, that things are getting rapidly worse on Utah Lake, that the lake is filling up with sediment, that the algal blooms are getting worse, that if we don't do something drastic, we're going to end up with a big environmental catastrophe. They also are saying that the lake bed needs to be dredged, not supported by the evidence, that the evaporation from the lake is a bad thing. In reality, the evaporation is one of the reasons why the lake system has been so resilient to the nutrient loading, because that removes some of the phosphorus in the water column, and it creates the cloudy calcium carbonate that prevents algal growth in the lake. So the things they're proposing to change are the very reasons why the lake is resilient right now. And then they're also claiming that this would alleviate housing pressure. And that's a head scratcher for me, because this is the slowest and most expensive housing that we could possibly develop anywhere in the valley. So one troubling aspect of the project is their chief design director, Robert Scott, was involved in the Dubai Islands. And in their proposal, they tout this as a positive thing. But those Dubai Islands were an enormous economic failure. In fact, they were not solvent. The company went $60 billion in debt, and then the government had to take over. And only one of the developments has been completed out of 6 that were planned. The islands that were built caused massive local ecological problems and international ecological problems, including algal blooms where there were none before, and asphyxiation of the aquatic community. There are other issues like human rights abuses and how these were built. There was forced labor used. And then again, for reference, Utah Lake Islands would be 14 times larger than these projects that were overseen by Robert Scott. So I won't go over this again, but the things that they're proposing to change about the lake system would not leave us with a healthier lake. It would go in the opposite direction. It would undermine the progress that we've made. And I will just emphasize the last point. This project would deface a natural wonder that we have right here in our valley. And I really feel like it goes against the honor and legacy that we have from our ancestors who took care of this lake system and took it really seriously, recognized that connection. So we had this Utah Lake Symposium. Again, you can find lots of details, utahlake.byu.edu. I just wanted to end here with Chief Executive Mary Murdoch-Meyer, the head of the Timpanogos Nation, attended that symposium and made this really impassioned plea. It's only a 4-minute talk. You can watch it on our YouTube channel. But she said, Utah, I ask that you please take heed to what the experts opposing this project have to say. Our people and the reeds around this lake give you your name. The Timpanogos word for reed is Utah, with an E at the beginning. There are multiple explanations for how we got our name, but this is one potential. We stand in favor of restoring the lake to its natural beauty, but have to oppose privatizing and desecrating this historic sacred site. And so I'll just skip ahead to the, I won't go into detail, but there are lots of ongoing restoration efforts that we could support to continue the progress that's being made. Really exciting projects that have enhanced the ecology of the lake and also public access and use of the lake, a real win-win. So I just wanted to jump ahead to the conclusion slide so that don't take all of your time. The recommendation that we're making is repeal House Bill 272, this Utah Lake Amendments. That would simply restore the constitutional protection that all other water bodies in the state enjoy. That will take the specter of the islands development off the table and allow us to get back to work on the serious restoration efforts that we need to do with Utah Lake. And we can expand the ongoing restoration and rehabilitation efforts, restoring water flow, removing invasive species, reducing pollutants, lots of really cool things. And then think about, coming back to Councilman Fillmore's comment, think of the lake as an asset in our valley with long-term planning. The Valley Visioning Project showed we can accommodate the growth that's coming with the current footprint that we have. That was going to preserve agricultural land and open space so that we can have sustainable long-term development and abundant future. Thank you very much for your attention. I imagine some of you felt like saying this to me, but I'm very polite.
Questions, Mr. Fillmore?
We weren't bored, by the way.
Thank you.
Professor Abbott, thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Could I just end by asking, the legislative session, the freight train, that's the legislative 6-week session, starts the middle part of January. Our goal is to repeal this loophole in the legislature, in the law, House Bill 272. So we started a petition to do that. I've gathered about 4,000 signatures so far in the last few days. And what we're hoping is that the Provo City Council would step up and help take leadership for clarifying this in the valley in terms of repealing this bill. Provo is a leader in this valley, and we'd ask the council to do the same thing through a joint resolution to ask for the repeal and to set that precedent, because we've got so much that needs to happen, and most people don't really know what the science is and what the alternatives are. So we ask you to consider that. It was about a year ago, last week, I think, that many of us dealt with the travesty that almost was Bridal Veil Falls. This feels a lot like that, but makes Bridal Veil Falls seem like a rounding error in terms of its galactic mistake played out publicly on Utah Lake. We'd ask you to consider diving into the details, learning more, and demonstrating leadership. Thank you very much.
Do you have a sponsor for the repeal?
We don't have one yet.
You need somebody with clout.
Yes.
Sooner the better.
With you on that.
Okay.
Yes, with you on that. And it's interesting because the legislators, and Ben has been talking to a lot of them as well, we don't find pushback. Not to person, even the sponsors of the original bill. We've talked to dozens, and no one has said, "Oh no, this is the best thing I ever voted for." What they say is, "I had no idea." So yes, we need a sponsor. We're working on that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I might continue, I have some questions. Seems like a long time ago when I chaired the board for the Chamber of Commerce, and we took a really hard look at Utah Lake because it felt like such an underutilized resource. And, we had this vision of how do we restore Utah Lake to what the pioneers encountered, a couple hundred years ago, right? And it seemed at that time, there was talk about dredging, and it seemed to be like the cure-all for everything. And you're indicating the science presently militates against that in virtually all respects.
Yeah, so a study actually led by Hans Perl, who's a world eminent expert on this in 2018, came out, and in some small systems like a pond or a lake, dredging is still used, especially when there's extreme sediment contamination. However, in a situation like Utah Lake, where the sediments do not have elevated nutrients in them to begin with, and also because of the size of the lake, there are always unintended consequences. And what they found is, as often as not, that leads to a worsening of the lake condition as it does to improving the lake condition. So the alternative is called natural capping, where you allow the natural sedimentation process that occurs in every lake to slowly cover up those sediments. It's even better news for us here in Utah Lake because that's not needed, except for the in Provo Bay and near the wastewater treatment plants.
The sense back then, and I can't pinpoint the science behind it, it's just what we were told as we inquired, that dredging, wholly apart from what pollution we may have had in the sediment base from the nutrients and Geneva and all that, was that dredging would accomplish some other things.
Yeah.
That it would create, the deeper water would be a healthier environment for fish, less friendly to the carp that invaded it, that it would also make it for a safer lake in terms of you wouldn't have the wind effect on the waves that creates danger for boaters with a shallow lake. All those, and there were several other reasons why dredging seemed a good thing beyond the sediment.
Yeah, sure.
What would you say about those considerations?
Yeah, so the depth of the lake is really important. In other lakes that have the level of nutrient loading that Utah Lake does, they have algal blooms year round. And the more important issue is when you have a deep lake, you get stratification. So a layer of warm water on the top and a layer of cold water. And then when the algal material dies and falls down, it consumes all of the oxygen in that hypolimnion, the deep layer. And so you often get fish kills in reservoirs and deep lakes when you have algal blooms. So the fact that Utah Lake is shallow and well mixed by those waves, has a 24-mile fetch or longest distance of the lake, that actually makes the lake extremely resilient to the algal blooms. The algal blooms are a nuisance. They still occur, but they don't kill all of the fish in the lake like they would and have in other deeper and clearer lakes.
The largest freshwater lake in the West was that Lake Tahoe, okay. that's perceived as a very healthy environment for fish.
Yeah. And so it's very different. Lake Tahoe is an alpine lake. It has a watershed that's just over 100 square miles. Utah Lake is a lowland lake in a valley bottom. It has a 3,000 square mile watershed. So it always has looked different than Lake Tahoe. Even if we could travel back in time and compare those two lake bodies, it would have, water bodies, it would have been very different. So Lake Tahoe is a useful comparison, but the systems are so different. I think trying to restore toward Lake Tahoe isn't a useful comparison.
Okay, so the lake today, how does it compare in terms of depth and temperature to 200 years ago?
Very similar from what we can tell. The sedimentation rate in Utah Lake didn't change between pre-Pioneer and post-Pioneer times. That's because of two interesting things. There was initially a pulse of erosion that went into the lake as we clear cut and had lots of agriculture. But as soon as we put dams on the river, that cut off the sediment supply to Utah Lake. And so as far as we can tell, the sedimentation rate is around 1 to 2 millimeters a year. So it takes about 25 years for an inch of sediment to accumulate in Utah Lake. And because it's a marl sediment, it actually gets compressed through time. So there's been no trend in the depth of Utah Lake because of sedimentation. It's the water level that fluctuates. And that used to fluctuate more because it was an unregulated system. Now we don't like it when things flood or completely dry out. So we do control. It doesn't go up and down as it used as much as it used to.
So average depth is what, about 12 feet?
10 feet, yeah.
10 feet, even less. And so is that about the same as it was 200 years ago?
Absolutely. The difference that you would have noticed, and it's Janice Brainey who led this research. And I should mention, the state has an ongoing science study that you can find at DEQ. If you just type in Utah Lake study, a multi-year, multi-million-dollar study that has been looking at Utah Lake. And these are the preliminary results from Janice Brainey at Utah State. And they found that prior to the 60s and 70s, there was more emergent vegetation around the lake. So there would have been more reeds around the entire lake. Right now, we mainly see them along the eastern side of the lake. So that's a real difference that our pioneer ancestors would have said, wow, where did all of those macrophytes go? And the carp removal has been really important to them starting to come back. So when the June sucker was listed in 1986, this carp removal program began. They have since achieved their goal of reducing the biomass by 75 to 80%. So most of the carp have been removed from the lake system. There are diminishing returns when you get to that last bit of the invasive species because you start catching a lot of other fish and causing other damage. So that's why they've aimed for the 20% removal or 80% removal.
Carp are hard on the lake bottom, right?
Exactly. They're constantly digging it up. They also are omnivorous and they will eat fry of other fish. So they were eating up most of the June sucker that were reproducing before they were mostly removed.
So what's the what's the best solution to get rid of all the remainder of the carp?
There's one proposal that uses what's called daughterless carp. These are genetically modified carp that go in and breed and they only produce male offspring. That's really important because you miss a single carp and you have 10,000 eggs. So carp have never been removed from a water body, just for context. So we set fair expectations. They've never been removed from a large water body where they've become established. So I think the most likely outcome is we'll need to continue mitigating the carp problem. And that has been highly successful and even at a very low budget. But there may be some technological fixes 5 or 10 years from now that could further reduce it.
Anecdotally, I remember, was it 15 or 20 years ago, county or whoever the authority was then thought we had a solution because we were going to sell all the carp to Japanese entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And then they found out there was high mercury levels, I think.
PCBs. Yeah.
That was that.
And so that's another success story. The PCBs don't come from Geneva Steel. They actually come from all of our transformers and electronics and devices. Because the lake is, the watershed is so large, all of that stuff, PCBs are extremely resistant in the environment. So they end up accumulating in Utah Lake. But thankfully, the tissue samples from the carp have been declining. And so the carp are also, they were a mechanism for removing some of those pollutants unexpectedly from the lake system. And they may get to a point where they can be used for dog food or other purposes.
So if current science is correct and dredging is not the solution, I mean, one of the primary benefits of that conclusion would be that we don't have to spend billions and billions of dollars to fix the lake, because that was the primary impediment to improving the lake, right? It had to be dredging, which was going to be massive.
Correct.
And then problematical. So what are your recommendations, your 3 or 4 top recommendations to returning the lake to relatively pristine condition?
I think thank you for these really informed questions. I think the number one thing that could be done is expanding the water banking program. So the state is running a pilot right now that allows water users to not divert their water, but maintain water rights. That means that if you are a farmer and you decide, you know what, this year I only want to do one round of alfalfa, you can do that and still maintain your water right. Then that water can flow into Utah Lake and the Great Salt Lake. It would have huge benefits. It's also popular in the water user community because about 85% of the water going to Utah Lake is used by farmers. And then similar things could be done at the city level. If we are conscientious of all of the municipalities around Utah Lake and decrease our water use, that only makes things better. The second thing is improving wastewater treatment. That's the biggest source of nutrients to the lake right now. And the wastewater treatment plants are our allies, right? They are treating what all of us do several times a day, right? Every time we flush the toilet, that goes to the wastewater treatment plant. As the population grows, we're going to need that upgraded infrastructure, even if we're just trying to tread water and stay where we are right now. The third thing is continue the invasive species removal. Not only the carp, but the Phragmites removal has been very effective. There's one project that I'd highlight, really cool public-private partnership, Wakara Way, that's using grazing near the lake of the Phragmites. So there's a benefit for local agriculture. It's also removing an invasive species and creating, there'll be likely a visitor center that people can go and discover the lake in. Those are the kinds of legitimate restoration projects that we need more of. And then the fourth one is, it's been so discouraging to see this development company share misinformation about the lake and tell people that the lake is poisoned and broken. And we need to stand up and say, that is not true. That is not based in the science. It's undermining our opinion of the lake and efforts. People are going to continue just going to Deer Creek if they think that the lake is poisoned. And that's what these developers are saying.
We're getting close to running out of time here. Let's see if other counselors have any quick questions. And I also wanted to ask our discussion sponsors if you had a question for the council on next steps with this. Yeah.
Well, when's our next break? Maybe Ben can stick around and we can ask him some more questions offline. Do you know? Okay. I'll ask you some questions offline then.
Okay. Mr. Hardy?
My impression was that agriculture was the number one source of nutrients in the lake. Is that not true? Is it wastewater?
That's not true. Yeah, about 80% of the nutrient loading to the human nutrient loading in the lake is from the wastewaters. There was a TMDL done in 2006, I think, and I can send that to you. We cited in that Utah Lake, Getting to Know Utah Lake document.
And then you mentioned phosphorus is removed by evaporation.
Yeah, so the phosphorus stays in the lake, but when you have calcium carbonate that's formed, it changes the pH and it makes the phosphorus unavailable to algae. So it's a really cool process that is one of the reasons why, again, like I said, you put this much nutrient into almost any other lake and you have severe algal blooms year round. In Utah Lake, we only have them for a couple of weeks in the summertime.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I'll speak, and then if Ms. Ellsworth wants to add to what I'm saying, I'd love to hear from her as well. But I feel very strongly about the importance of being a leader as a city and as a city council in our community. It feels like the right and urgent time to take some action. I know that it's not normally our business to tell other legislators how to vote. But this is something that I feel is much too significant to be neutral on and to be passive about. And in fact, I think it's the neutrality and passivity that collectively that's sort of allowed this project to get as close as it is right now to being a reality. There's probably nothing I would feel more remorseful about if I end up serving 8 years on this council and I failed to do anything about this. That this would be the single most important failure of my term. I would like to, I don't know if this requires a motion, but I would like to propose, if it does require a motion, I'm looking at you, Mr. Jones, that Ms. Ellsworth and I could draft a resolution and circulate that among the council and with the administration and see if we can find some common ground on it, and that we would bring it back on January 4th for
discussion and vote. And of course, this would include our two new council members who will be joining us for that first meeting.
Would support that.
Since I think there was an implied question in there, George, Councilor Handley, I would say, I don't think a motion is required for you to be able to prepare the draft and circulate it. The motion may serve a benefit, though, of giving you kind of a precursor feedback on the likelihood of that going forward.
I would like to make that motion then. And then I would also invite Ms. Ellsworth if she has anything she wants to add.
I have a motion by Mr. Handley.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Fillmore. Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just wanted to completely agree with what Mr. Handley said. I think this is a very, very critical issue, and I think that we should be leaders on this issue. And I think if no one takes responsibility, if no one takes accountability, then we aren't being proper stewards of this natural resource. And yeah, I would love to participate in this process. I'd love to participate in this process more, as I've previously indicated to Dr. Abbott. But I just think that this will truly be a really positive or a really negative legacy that we would leave to generations 100 or 200 years from now. It's absolutely critical.
I'm convinced, happy to support this. I won't be able to vote on the 4th, but happy to vote for it today. So.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Fillmore.
I'm aware that the mayor serves on the Utah Lake Commission. Is that right? I'm not sure what authority that commission has, first of all, which would be nice to clarify what role they would play in all this. And secondly, whether they would be supportive of what we're proposing.
And I just want to say Dr. Abbott was great. He attended our meeting this past week and spoke, and he was very cordial and asked real poignant questions, so we really appreciate it. So this the Utah Lake Board and Commission that I sit on is appointed due to the fact that we have lakefront property, correct? So everyone in the county that has a piece of lakefront property is on this, including the National Forest. There's the state. It's a large committee. And what they do is we come and they present and we vote if we want to. Right now, well, actually, it's been going on for almost 4 years. As Erica Gaddis from the state has been doing a study on the water quality and some things like that. We've had all kinds of presentations, including the islands folks came about 4 years ago and presented, and we get to vote up or down on how we feel about things. I can't speak for the other members of the committee, but I think they would be really open to have you come and present. You spoke and you were great in our last meeting this on Tuesday. I think they would love to have you come and present a resolution, Craig, and talk through it a little bit and just see. That's the beauty of this board is we agree to disagree on a lot of things, but we all have had to pay dues to be on it and we all have a vote. And they're good folks. They are willing to listen and learn and they're open-minded. I know you've met with a lot of them one-on-one and we would love to see the resolution, see what you come up with and see if we could get them. It would be a great conversation to have at our next meeting.
I guess part of what I'm asking, Mayor, is does the commission have authority to do anything or does it just vote to make recommendations to the legislature?
That's a good question. As you know, Representative Brammer is presenting a bill as well to come up with a new form called, I think it's called the Utah Lake Authority, Isaac. So Isaac is tasked with the legislative piece of the mayor's office. Do you want to speak to a little bit, Isaac, and just kind of talk about what the authority would be from where we are now to what, if that group were to go through and that were to pass, then what the authority would look like?
Sure. Yeah, there's a bill that was pursued last session. It is being pursued now. Representative Brammer, who's in Utah Valley, is the sponsor of it, and he's been working hard on it and been involved with lots of discussions back and forth on it. And the overall idea is, I think it's a lot of the same players who are on the Utah Lake Commission. The one biggest difference between the Utah Lake Commission the Utah Lake Authority that's proposed that I see is that there would be an ability to raise money, and that would be, through different means. That they could, of course, go to the legislature and ask for funding in that, but there's proposals where there would be an ability, if there was a majority vote, to impose a fee on residents of Utah Valley. So there would be, but the general idea is that if we need to do more on Utah Lake, we need to have more muscle. We need to be able to do more. So we need more funding. So
It'd be like a special improvement district with taxing authority.
essentially, yeah, that's one way to view it. Some people also view it in terms of the inland port. But Representative Brammer has been very good, at least about, whereas the inland port had a lot of sort of a feeling that here's the state just plucking some land from Salt Lake City and imposing, basically saying you no longer can do land use authority, you no longer can do tax increment, that kind of thing. And Salt Lake City no longer really has any control over it. Representative Brammer has at least been careful to make sure that the majority of seats at the table, it'd be 15 people on this Utah Lake Authority, the majority of them would be elected officials living in and representing Utah Valley residents. And that's important. We need to think of taxation without representation. If there's going to be a fee that we're all going to have to pay in Utah Valley, we want that kind of accountability rather than folks from outside coming and saying, hey, that sounds great. You guys all pay a tax or a fee and do it that way. So I don't know if that's helpful. I think to speak to your one question of what authority do they have right now? Yeah, I don't know that there's, they can go seek grants and they can spend the funds that they do have. They get money from the legislature, but this Utah Lake Authority would at least answer the question of who's in charge over there. Where do we go if we want to do something with Utah Lake? Who's the boss? And I think it would make that very clear that it's the Utah Lake Authority. And then one just clarifying point, and maybe the Utah Lake Authority would not have authority to transfer rights to lake bed. Again, that's a separate bill that's done that. So I don't know if there's any other questions for me.
Would it be, if it taxed the neighboring communities, would it be raising money to improve the lakeshore environment or improve marinas or what?
That's a great question. And the way Representative Brammer frames it, he's very careful to say that the Utah Lake Authority is island neutral. It's frankly almost everything neutral. It just is, it's creating an entity and the process and a system of how that works. Who gets to sit at the table, who has votes, what can they do? Mm-hmm. And it is charged with some things in the initial language, including we're very grateful that he put some language in there recognizing the value of the Provo Airport and the state investment that's been. Whenever we're seeing a new entity arise up, we're always a little concerned about, okay, we don't want someone that can come in and just say, hey, we determined that the airport is not a help to this. And so he's been good about hearing all these concerns. I think I lost track of the question though.
No, just what are they going to do with the money they raise?
So they will have free reign to study things and evaluate proposals. The other piece that, so they can impose a fee, kind of broadly on Utah Valley residents. They also can cooperate with the city and do a project, but that's only with the city's cooperation. So if there's a project to, say, build a beach there or whatever, they can enter into that kind of agreement, but no city will ever do that without voting for it. So the city will always be in agreement with it or it won't happen.
Let me use as Exhibit A for an example of what they could do. And as I know that the mayor and others have tried for a long time to tell the state to just let us take care of the marina, right? Let us fix it up and subsidize us if you can. But I assume this lake authority could say, go for it, Provo. Fix up this mediocre at best marina you've got there, make it something special. They could, part of those taxed funds could maybe be contributed to that if they felt it a benefit to the entire lake, right?
Well, yeah, and I guess I doubt that has authority to just raise their hands and vote and give away state land. But
right, that is state land.
Prioritize it, and maybe say let's spend some money if need be to make this happen or whatever. So
I'll make you a 99-year lease from the state to let us do it, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Counselors, given that we're approaching 15 minutes behind schedule, I'd like to return to the question at hand, and that is, we have a motion to express support for Counselor Hanley and Counselor Ellsworth to prepare a draft resolution, which would come back on the 4th for council consideration and a vote. Is there any discussion on, further discussion on that motion? Then I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's move on to, let's see, we did item number 5. So now we're on to item number 6, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and their development standards for ADUs. This item is to be presented by John Magnus, Policy Analyst, and Melissa McNally, Planner, and Scott Johnson, Zoning Administrator.
Good afternoon, Council. We're back to our favorite subject. I'm going to turn over some of my time to Mr. Jones. He has some clarifications he wants to get out there.
Great. Thank you, John. Counselors, I just wanted to make a few introductory comments, and in many ways, this is probably intended as a dress rehearsal for tonight. So if you had feedback for me afterwards about things that I can say or add or delete, that would be helpful. But I hope that it's still useful in this context in framing the discussion. So I wanted to start off, because we've talked so much about it, by actually reading a small portion of HB 82, which was passed by the legislature last legislative session and went into effect on October 1st of this year. And it states the following: in any area zoned primarily for residential use, the use of an internal accessory dwelling unit is a permitted use. And except as provided below, a municipality may not establish any restrictions or requirements for the construction or use of an internal ADU within a primary dwelling. So I wanted to frame that as that is what HB 82 says. There's been a lot of debate about what it says and what it does. That's what it says. And then one of the exceptions, one of the things that it says cities can do is that they can prohibit ADUs in up to 67% of the areas that are primarily zoned residential. So there's been a lot of debate in the public about, does Provo have to do anything in response to HB 82 or not? And really, there's two sides to that question. The first side is, does Provo need to do anything to change the form of its ordinances and its city code, regardless of whether that expands ADU usage in the city or not? And then the second aspect, obviously, is whether Provo needs to expand where ADUs can be used. With regard to the first one, with regard to the form of the ordinance, it's very important to understand that Provo City Code does not explicitly prohibit ADUs anywhere, period. There's not a provision in Provo City Code that says you may not have an ADU, an internal ADU. What it says is that there are provisions that say you may only have them where they are allowed, and we only expressly allow them in certain places, okay? But now HB 82 has come in and said they are expressly allowed in all of the places that HB 82 says that they are allowed. So at a minimum, even if there's no expansion of the use, the city council needs to, at some point, and when I say needs to, you can choose not to, but recognize that there are outcomes, that there are results for not, needs to specify where ADUs should be prohibited if the city council wants to prohibit them. And the failure to do that means that they aren't prohibited by the way HB 82 is written. So that just has to do with changing the form of our ordinance. The second aspect, returning to it, is, does internal ADU usage need to be expanded? That's been the subject of a lot of meetings, and John's going to present some stuff on that. There's a lot of questions that go into that, but remember that that transitioning from this system of before we expressly allowed them in some places, we did not previously expressly allow them in 33% of the city. But that's in some ways a slightly different question than, should we now prohibit them in 67% or less of the city. Okay, so the purpose of the ordinance that's in front of you has two objectives. One of them is to adjust the form of the code to match HB 82 and allow you to prohibit them in some areas of the city if you so desire. The second one is to determine where you want to prohibit them and make sure that wherever that is doesn't add up to more than the 67% allowed in the ordinance. Those are the only two objectives of the ordinance that's being brought to you by the Housing Committee. So the Housing Committee's recommendation was to not prohibit them anywhere in any area zoned primarily residential. It's now the council's option to decide to prohibit them in any area greater than that, up to 67% of those areas. So I want to make two really quick comments about the draft that you're going to see, and then actually make a specific suggestion about what I view as being the possible motions that you might make as you go forward. The first thing I want to advise you of is when you look at this ordinance, there's a slight tweak since if you didn't last looked at it on Thursday. The version that the Housing Committee recommended and that the Planning Commission reviewed allowed external ADUs in all the same places that internal ADUs were allowed. When we made some changes to the ordinance recently, it wasn't clear that that was explicitly intended, and that got omitted accidentally. We've talked to the Housing Committee. So the version that's coming to you by the implied motion will be a version that does exactly that. It allows external ADUs everywhere that internal ADUs are allowed. So just want to make you aware of that. So the ordinance does three things in my view. It restates the ADU regulations that we already had in accordance with the requirements of HB 82. So it does away with a few regulations that HB 82 no longer allows, and otherwise restates our ADU regulations. It restates what I just read to you from HB 82, saying that pursuant to HB 82, they are a permitted use in all residential, primarily residential areas, except where you choose to prohibit them. And then if you so choose, we have a template ready where you can add a provision that allows you to list all of the areas where it would be prohibited. When I say if you so choose, it's because that wasn't the recommendation of the Housing Committee or the Planning Commission, so that's not in the default ordinance that the implied motion applies to. So with that context, all of the other discussion aside and all of the feelings and input and comments that might be made about ADUs, you have in front of you an ordinance that I think that from the comments I've heard in the past from the counselors, there are three possible motions that counselors may wish to make with regard to the ordinance that is in front of you on an implied motion. The first such motion is to not address external ADUs. So someone might make a motion and say external ADUs is a bridge too far or too complicated for tonight. Let's go back to the version that doesn't mention external ADUs. The result of that would be external ADUs would only be allowed in zones that already explicitly allow them, of which there's one, and I can't remember, it's RC or RA, or I don't remember which one it is, but there's one that already does. The second possible motion is to include some prohibitions. Remember that the version that is coming to you from the Housing Committee doesn't inherently include some prohibitions. So if you, and I'm asking you in this specific order because I'm hoping that these motions will help staff get to the right version of the ordinance for you to move forward on. So if you as an individual counselor want to include some prohibitions, we would need a motion to switch to the version that we have prepared that actually gives you a place to list those prohibitions. Those two I think are fairly, not non-controversial, but fairly simple in concept. Then the third big question is to make motions to start including things in the list of prohibitions until there is a version that the majority of the council would support. So I wanted to frame that. I hope that's helpful in thinking about what your decision points are today. And then John has a lot of information for you about what to do in step number 3 if you get there.
Okay, one other thing I'm going to add that yesterday we met with the author of the legislation. I poignantly asked him if we put it if we allow into zones where it couldn't be built, like some of our pro zones or the campus mixed use, where we don't allow single family housing, what's going to be a response to the state legislature? And he said that if we did that, it's circumventing the intent and they would correct it next session. Basically look at forcing us to go look into our R1 zones. So we have to do this delicate dance between where we're putting it, where we're going to allow it, where we're not going to allow it. We got to make sure we're not putting too much into zones that it can't be built because it's prohibited, because you can't build them in apartment buildings. You can't build them in townhouses or condos in those zones. So this is the dance we have to do. Like, can you switch it to tab 65.12?
Before we do that, can I ask Mr. Jones a question?
Yeah, Mr. Hoban was first and then Mr. Fillmore had a question.
So just for clarity on external, that's a detached ADU, wouldn't have obviously an internal connection. It would be, whereas an internal ADU doesn't necessarily have to be inside. It could be built on the outside, right? It could be like above a garage or something. It just can't change. The house still has to look like a single family residence, but doesn't have to have an internal connection. But a detached would be totally detached from the house. Then how would it, I don't understand how it could still look like a single family residence. I'm confused on that.
That's a great question. And external ADU is a poor choice of words. I should have used detached ADU. What our current ordinance allows in the A&S overlays is it allows ADUs above a garage, like you said, that would still be allowed. Inside a single family home, our current Provo City Code requires ones inside the single family home or in an addition to the single family home to be connected internally. State code does not, HB 82 does not list that as one of the things that we're allowed to regulate. But we've discussed that before. But current Provo City Code, and this is completely independent of HB 82. HB 82 says nothing about detached ADUs. But current city code allows detached accessory buildings in the A and the S overlay, which means you could build a separate building and have an accessory dwelling unit in that building. Now, there are several requirements in the code about size and utility, architectural compatibility. You're right that, but that particular provision about needing to look like this, like it's
That
still a
only
single
applies
family
to
home,
internal.
only applies to
So we
internal.
would be going above and beyond if we want to keep that or include that in our ordinance, right?
Well, with this caveat, and I think the simple answer is yes, but I would say it depends on whether you, at the end of the night, after you've listed any and all prohibitions, whether internal ADUs are allowed in more area than they currently are. If the answer to that is yes, then the default version of the ordinance coming to you from the Housing Committee would also allow detached ADUs in those same expanded areas.
And that is currently how we have it.
They're currently allowed in the same places. But yes, the current version of the bill.
No, sorry, that's currently how we have it in Provo.
In Provo right now, internal ADUs are allowed in the A&S overlay and a couple of other places. External ADUs are allowed in the A&S overlay and a couple of other places that don't necessarily correspond. So there are, the really technical answer to your question is there are some places in the city right now where you could have an internal and not an external, or an external and not an internal, but that's kind of a weird loophole in our code. It would be fixed by this.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna keep you on the hot seat here.
Great.
Right? So it's within our discretion to drop non-contiguous ADUs.
Say that again.
We can vote to take non-contiguous,
meaning detached
external ADUs out of the ordinance.
Yes, yes. There's a subsection. In the version that you're going to see when we put it up on the screen, there's a subsection that says detached ADUs or detached accessory dwelling units or accessory dwelling units within detached buildings are permitted, shall be permitted wherever internal ADUs are permitted. You can just delete that section by motion. And if you do so, upon passage of this ordinance, the only place detached ADUs would be allowed would be in that one zone that already explicitly allows them
and you could come back to that question later.
Okay. So the options or amendments that you're suggesting seem to presuppose that we really need to do something tonight. And I think we all sense we have a bit of a gun to our head by virtue of the state legislature, HB 82, that if we don't do anything, ADUs are open up citywide. Therefore, we ought to do something. My question is this. Is it a viable option to do nothing in the sense that we need to study this further, or we need more city input or whatever, and simply wait for the legislature to clean up the act? We've been party to some conversations with, among others, Senator Onderegg, the sponsor of HB 82, who has volunteered to do whatever he feels appropriate with our helpful input to clean up the problems with HB 82, because both he and Senator Bramble, among others, have said it was never their intent to impose additional ADUs on the city of Provo, that their intent was specifically to protect Provo as a college town, which has a hugely disproportionate percentage of rental units in our city, that they never intended that this would create a problem for us. And therefore, they're willing to clean up the act to make sure ADUs are not a problem. Now, that sets aside the issue of ADUs as a good thing, as an opportunity. But to the extent the majority of the council or the majority of our citizens are opposed to additional ADUs, that was their intent. And we have asked them, well, what if we do nothing? And their comment was basically, what do you have to lose? There's no penalty in the act. There's no state enforcement involved. It's more, lawyers' term, precatory than anything else. And so if we gave this some time to let the legislature sort things out on their end and then fine tune an ADU ordinance, what's the downside of that?
Well, let me answer that, I guess, in two ways, because you kind of asked two different questions. Can we do nothing, and what's the downside to doing nothing?
Correct.
Certainly, you have the option to do nothing. There is nothing in HB 82 that requires you to prohibit ADUs in any of the city. That's what the ordinance that's on the table is intended to allow you to do, is to allow you to list where you would like them to be prohibited. But HB 82 does not require you to prohibit them. It only says you can't prohibit them in more than 67% of the city. So taking no action is perfectly acceptable from a legal standpoint. What's the downside? The downside is, I suppose, a question of enforcement, and that since there are a sizable, I don't know that sizable is the right word, because I haven't been getting the emails, but I sense that there's a sizable portion of the population that has concern about expansion of ADUs. And until there is a bill passed that lists where they are prohibited, that expansion could take place.
Unless the administration took the position which it is now espousing to people who contact the city, that they can't do anything to permit new ADUs because there's an ordinance under consideration.
Well, we talked about that last time. I mean, to the extent that the reliance is upon the pending legislation rule, that only gives us 6 months from the time that we invoked the pending legislation rule. And then
Which
the pending
began when?
What's that?
What would be the start date on that?
Whenever it first got noticed to the planning commission, or actually got noticed to the city council
We have an
first.
application currently that's came in September, and they are holding it for pending legislation.
So September would be our rough start date.
Yeah, so we're 3 months in.
And then there's a question I would rather not get into in this meeting about whether that rule actually serves the purpose you're advocating for, because we can use that rule to restrict people to the requirements of the new ordinance, but the new ordinance is not very restrictive. So
when you say the new ordinance, I mean HB 82, our de facto ordinance?
no, I mean the pending legislation in Provo. The pending legislation in Provo was an ordinance that allows ADUs.
Right, but as long as that's pending, We can take the position, which I understand Community Services has taken, that they're not processing any new ADU permits.
Well, that's not actually what the pending legislation rule says. It doesn't say that as long as there is some legislation on the topic, you don't have to process anything. It says, as long as the legislation is pending and imposes some theoretical restrictions, you may require applicants to comply with those restrictions if they want their application processed.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting nuance.
Counselor Ellsworth?
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to add to this conversation, and maybe we can keep it in mind tonight, is it's probably not a strong paradigm to create a Provo City policy or a Provo City ordinance based on what the legislature may or may not do in January or February. So my hope is that through these conversations, we won't necessarily speculate on how this law could change at the state level, but we'll focus on complying with the law that has been passed by the state legislature, as every other city has done.
Well, if I might respond, Councilor Ellsworth, I'm not suggesting we speculate on what the state legislature might do. I'm suggesting that we simply wait and see what they do so that we don't end up with an ordinance that is potentially contrary to that legislation, but also the fact that if we take some steps now, for example, if we open up ADUs citywide, use that as an example, that's almost irreversible. Once you do something like that, it's very difficult as a practical matter to retrench, I think. And I just think if there's no punitive element to waiting, I think it makes sense to wait on that, as well as waiting to see, trying to get a sense over the next period of time of what's going on with BYU's housing policy and how that's affecting ADUs potentially. Anyway,
Let me just add, if it's all right, let me just add, the legislature could change this law. They could. We just don't know what or if they're going to do it. And when they made the law, I was working with them, with the bill sponsor, and they expected us to comply with the law in October. Excuse me. And every other city is completing that commitment or that mandate, and we are not. And so at some point, we're not going to look like we're thoughtful and helpful. At some point, we're going to look like we're intentionally dragging our feet and flippantly disregarding the mandate that's come from the state. And I don't want to be in that position. I want to be a fair player with the legislature.
Councilor Hanley?
Oh, thank you. I do have some comments I would like to make, but just a quick response to Councilor Fillmore and Councilor Ellsworth. I think that, a good argument can be made and has been made that we are compliant. We are compliant because the state has said that these are permitted, and we have laws that say, unless it's permitted, it's prohibited, but now it's permitted, so it's permitted. So we are compliant now. And then a couple times, Councilor Fillmore has commented that he thinks that this is, almost irreversible and it doesn't have to be right now. But I don't understand how that's true. It seems like, particularly the pace that these applications come in 6 months, we could come back and say, you know what, we want to do something different or whatever. There's probably only a handful of applications that have come in at a time. And then at that point, so I don't see any, if you want, please help me understand how this is irreversible. I don't see that, but we don't necessarily have to resolve that now.
Okay. I always respect Councilor Harding's opinions on anything. But I'm not saying it's irreversible as a city legislating matter. I'm saying it's irreversible potentially as a political and practical matter. Once people are assuming they can do that, it becomes very difficult to reverse that.
Councilor Hanley?
Yeah, I thought I would just offer kind of where I'm at right now in case that's helpful in expediting the process a little bit. Maybe because I've been a little bit confused about this, unlike some of my colleagues. But I am strongly interested in expanding ADUs in Provo. I think their benefits are really, really important to our city. But I think a lot of the feedback we've gotten, and even among ourselves in conversation, I feel like, if people don't have the confidence that this is going to be well enforced, then that creates some anxiety. There's some anxiety that has been created by virtue of the state's action that has precipitated this discussion and accelerated, actually, to a point where, as much as I feel like this is a needed opportunity to have this very important conversation about ADUs, it does feel like we're cramming for an exam tomorrow, and that doesn't. It's feeling less and less right to me to take that action to expand it to citywide. But I was and still am interested in some sort of modest expansion, but we really, frankly, also haven't really had the time to be able to develop some of those proposals. So I feel like I'm kind of in a pinch between, doing nothing or supporting the minimal amount, which Councilor Sewell has proposed to us, and then, sort of committing as a council that we'll take a serious look at this over the next several months, charge our housing committee with that responsibility, and do some more public outreach and education and listening to make sure that everybody, I just feel like there's a flurry of misunderstandings in the public about what we're doing, about what ADUs are, and what our enforcement capacities are. And I've just been feeling more and more as we've gotten closer and closer to today that I don't feel ready to push for an aggressive expansion, and that therefore my feeling is that I don't want to do nothing because of the problems that creates. It kind of reverses everything I'm just saying. And so it does seem to me that Mr. Sewell's proposal that gets us to the 33% or 37 or 38, I know there's a couple of mildly different iterations of that, is probably the way to go for now. I can say more about this later tonight, but I'm really nervous about this just kind of floating and never going any further than this. And that's something that I don't want to have happen. But I'm throwing this out now in case that's helpful to accelerate the process a little bit, that I think we could have several months in that case, once we pass whatever gets us into compliance, to explore various ways of phasing this in, or going back to the proposal of citywide as one of the options. I'm still open to that, but I just had never, I started to feel more and more inclined to do something incremental and never could find an incremental approach that pleased me. They all felt unsatisfactory to me. And like I say, I feel like, and this is not, I think we look disingenuous. I don't think that's our fault. The state instigated this, and then we started having this much needed conversation about ADUs. And I kind of want to separate the two at this point. I kind of want to just meet the state requirements and then have our own Provo-based discussion. I felt like even just in the general plan draft, I got data that I hadn't had about housing. We've been talking about a housing audit forever and haven't been able to do it. So I feel like we can get more data, we can get more understanding, and we can have more public conversation. I'm not naive in believing that this is going to appease all of everybody. It's not going to make everybody happy, and there still will be misunderstandings, and there still obviously will be good reasons to oppose and support different positions. But this has in the end felt to me, as much as I wanted to have the conversation, it's felt accelerated beyond what's comfortable for me. And so I do want to find a way to meet the state and then have that conversation over the next 6 months as a council. So that's kind of where I'm at, if that's helpful to the deliberation going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. A couple of different notes. If I could respond to Mr. Jones real quick. I thought he did a great job kind of framing the discussion earlier. You asked for feedbacks, a couple thoughts. You mentioned that, the state allows us to create or to prohibit it in areas up to 65. I think that the verbiage on there is we can create a district that prohibits them, and that district can cover up to 65 or 67% or whatever. Not critically important, but it does cause me to kind of look at it a little bit differently. Probably the bigger thing is you mentioned that nowhere in Provo are ADUs explicitly prohibited. If I understood a spreadsheet that Mr. Magnus shared with us, there are a handful of pro zones, and maybe they're all the pro zones, but it appears that there may be a handful of pro zones which do explicitly prohibit ADUs. And
We've bounced back and forth on that in our presentation, and this is one of those things that's been so complicated that the number of spreadsheets that have been prepared and sent around, and some of it is, I guess I would say some of it is a carryover from the original version where the focus was on getting the column where they were allowed to equal 33% instead of getting the column where they're prohibited to be 67%. But those pro zones don't actually, they prohibit accessory buildings. So external ADUs would be prohibited in those zones, but they do not specifically prohibit internal ADUs.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification because I misunderstood that, and that's helpful to know. Okay, so I plan to, there's a few things that I'd like to do, but whether it's done here or done in the next meeting, I think there's things that should be said in the next meeting, and I don't want to repeat them, but yeah, I'll go. So in the later meeting, I do plan to make the case for ADUs. I think there is a very strong case. I think that we've had presentations over the last several years that talked about the housing affordability crisis that we're dealing with. And we've had some really good data on that. And I think I think ADUs are, I've been calling them unicorns for the last little bit because I think there's some things that ADUs do that no other tool does. And so I think there is a strong case, and maybe that I'd love to believe that I'm persuasive enough to maybe light a little bit of the fire under Councilor Handley again, but I think there is some, there's a good case for that, and I guess I'll make that later. I was hoping, kind of path forward, I was hoping from discussions that I've had that as a council, and maybe even in this meeting, just to expedite things, and I think this is a bit what Councilor Handley was talking about earlier, just to move this forward. I felt like that there wasn't majority support for the minimalist approach. I also, as much as I would love it there to be, I also feel like, that there's not majority support for a maximal approach. And if those two things are true, then we really can focus our efforts on seeing if there is a compromise that tonight we could implement. But my hopes for that were kind of, the wind was taken out of that sail a little bit with the last comment. So I don't know if that's true anymore, but so maybe let me just make the case. I regret my vote on the brew pubs. I felt like there was a compromise to be had. And by allowing brew pubs, but by using the best practices that we can see around the country of measuring alcohol outlet density, because that's the thing that they found that makes the most impact on communities, and using that as a tool for determining where things should be allowed and where they shouldn't, was a win-win. And I felt like it was probably a compromise that no one would be completely happy with, but also that everyone generally would say that moved us forward. I voted for the brew pubs first, with the idea that we would continue follow up and get something later on that would address alcohol outlet density. And no vote that the council made ever said that we shouldn't continue to do that. But as back to the council bandwidth as well as staff bandwidth, for whatever reason, that hasn't been brought back. And so my concern is while the state is saying again, I think we're compliant. Right now we're compliant because they're allowed everywhere that we don't explicitly disallow them, which is nowhere. So I think we're compliant now, but we have this stimulus that is causing us to address this. And my concern is if we meet the minimum, though we've been warned against it by Mr. Magnus and, having talked to the sponsors, if we do this minimal approach that technically applies, but flies in the face of the spirit of the law, we'll probably have ramifications later. But we can do that. But my fear is that takes away that stimulus, that it takes away that urgency, that reason for us to address it. And I think a lot of people will say, great, now we don't have to deal with it anymore. And we lose this opportunity to have this discussion. So I would hope that we can have a good discussion today and see, is there a compromise that will move us forward, that will satisfy the state, and all that. So.
I have a comment just in reference to that, if that's okay. And then, first of all, Mr. Harding, well, he's busy at this moment, but he's welcome to speak in favor of ADUs all he wants, because I'm not going to change my view on being in favor of them either. I mean, in fact, that's one thing I do hope can happen tonight, is that we have a productive conversation. But I would like to find a way to firmly commit, whether it's passing a motion tonight, that commits to action in the coming months, because I dread the thought that we would let this lie. So I do share that concern, and I know we spoke not more than 24 hours ago, but I've been mulling this over and speaking with lots of people for several days. So I apologize for the wind going out, but I'm not saying any of this because of lack of support, but I do for ADUs. I do feel like maybe it would be helpful to get some clarification on what Mr. Magnus said, because that does concern me that, we send up a red flag if we come up with this 30 whatever percent that meets that obligation, then it looks like we're dodging it. And then, but maybe there's some reassurance if we pass a motion that says we're not dodging it. We're gonna take further action at a later point. Anyway. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hoban.
Councillor Ellsworth has her hand up.
I was just going to propose one thing that we did when we were considering the mask mandate was I think we had like what would you call it? Like a time horizon within the ordinance. So the ordinance expired after so many weeks or so many months. And if Mr. Handley felt like the best option, if the majority of the council members felt like the best option was to take this to some minimum threshold, then kind of a stop date could be implemented into the ordinance when it would have to be reconsidered at that date. But we might just be in the same position that we're in today. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Hoban, did you have a comment?
Well, so I think Ms. Ellsworth said that when she was kind of fighting for Provo to have some autonomy in this decision and trying to get some exemptions for for university cities, that she kind of gave them a promise that we were going to do something to expand ADUs. So I guess I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but I kind of want to try to make a little progress here before the meeting tonight. So I'd like to make a motion that we at least get to the minimum and don't do nothing tonight and see if there's some support for that first. And then, because all the rest of this doesn't matter if nobody wants to get to 33% tonight, right? So I want to make a motion that we get to at least 33% tonight in one way or another.
Can I
start there?
Councilor Hoban, can I suggest maybe changing?
Yeah. I'm open to suggestions. I don't know what I'm doing here, but
No,
I just want to make a little bit of
I appreciate that
progress and give us some
because I
direction.
think a motion would be very helpful for making progress. But remember that there's an ordinance on the table and that ordinance gets you to 100% because that ordinance doesn't prohibit them anywhere. So if there's a motion to be made, the motion would be to include some prohibitions in the ordinance instead of none.
Okay. Maybe it's a straw poll then. I don't know.
And I'd also like to frame it that doing nothing or getting to the minimum, well, I should flip it around again. Finding a way to prohibit it maximally is what getting to the minimum is doing. Doing nothing actually continues to allow it to be allowed everywhere. And I'm worried. I'm open to the discussion that we're having about, some sort of timeline that in which this has to be dealt with. But if we want to make some progress tonight, to me, the progress tonight is not prohibiting it as effectively as possible. To me, progress would be finding that first incremental step that gets us, sets us up for the future incremental steps.
Mr. Thummer?
Yeah, I want to indicate that I'm not pushing for doing nothing. I wanted to get Brian's reaction and his thoughts, and I wanted to get some others. I think as a prudent and political matter, we need to do something tonight. I'm in favor of doing something incremental and making a commitment to revisit it in a year. That'll give us time to see what the legislature does, to see what BYU's new housing policy does, to see what other cities are doing. But I am in favor of doing something tonight, so we have an ordinance on the books, and I would like to take an incremental approach. But I think it's time we heard from John Magnus and also from our chairman who has a proposal.
Well, I think I have to rescind my motion. It sounds like we want to do something, right? Everybody wants to do something. So that's good. I don't need a motion then. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page there at least.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilor Ellsworth.
I don't think I have a comment. It was addressed.
Okay.
Okay, so how we started this is we have all the zones listed that meet the requirements of HB 82. The housing committee asked me to take 3 cuts. This cut is 65.12% excluded. We do get some expansion. There's one error in this thing that I had not corrected. We had removed the A and the S overlays at the last, we had voted to get rid of those. So I backed those out. But talking to Brian, there's a way to keep the A and the S overlay technically in using a map, but still have no the requirements for S and A overlay will be deleted and they'll just fall back to the standard requirements. So they'll be same across everything. We won't have the A and the S requirements. We'll just have a marker on a map. So we can keep those zones in without having to actually delete them.
Could I ask a question about that? And Mr. Jones, is that, I know there was a discussion, I think on email or somewhere, it's all so blurry to me, but does that create problems for people who have built their homes designed around the S or the A overlay zone and suddenly they're weren't we talking about some sort of grandfathering or?
Well, that's what Mr. Magnus is talking about. What he's telling you is that when this chart was originally created based on previous feedback about getting rid of the A and the S overlays by deleting the text about them, that would have created the problem that you're talking about, where any ADUs that are currently in the, let's say you decide at the end of the night to prohibit ADUs in R16 zones, and you don't mention the A and the S overlay. Somebody that was in the R16A or R16S, I don't think they both exist, but I don't remember which one's which. So someone in the R16A previously would now be in an area where it was prohibited, but they would have a legal non-conforming use to continue using it. For logistical reasons, that wouldn't help us very much for actually calculating our percentages, and it would be logistically difficult to track. That's why my recommendation is, even though the council previously said, hey, the A and the S overlay and the distinction between them is confusing, let's get rid of the text of the A and the S overlays. My recommendation tonight, if you go with including some prohibitions, is to include in the prohibition section a statement something like, internal ADUs are prohibited in the R1 zones except for as shown on the following map, and have the map show where the A and the S overlay currently are.
Thank you.
So my numbers don't include that because I just collapsed all the R16A back into the R16 or the R1 PD, depending on what they were originally. So this gets us to 65%. And the expansion on this one is we expand into the R120 and we allow it to go into the all R16 zones. We don't restrict it to the A. If we could use the map and put the R18A and the S overlay, we'd have to, the decrease would be about 2.5%. So we're looking at about 6.27% exclusion. It's very hard to get to 67 because, unfortunately our zoning doesn't get us there quickly. We are going to use some of the pro zones to get us there to that position for allowed uses. We're not using much. It's less than 1%. So I don't think that would run afoul of the state. The legislators looked at how we did this. We did use a few zones, but predominantly we did expand into the R16. So this is the closest cut where we're getting a pretty good expansion. Can you go to the 54?
Sorry, can we scroll down on that to see?
Oh, yeah. Can you scroll down? Oh, so.
And just for clarity for me, so when you say gets us to,
it gets us to a 62.5% or 60.75% of where it's prohibited in the city.
prohibited, okay, so yeah,
It's been prohibited. All these numbers are prohibited.
got it.
So this is a pretty clean cut. We do take the RA. The RA will have to be, as it's developed, it will have to be monitored to make sure we're never dipping below, but it gives us a pretty good cushion. And if you look at how much the RA really is, it's going to go either R18, R16, or R110. So if it goes R16, it will be allowed. If it's an R18, it won't be allowed. So we have some cushion there. Can you go to the 54% tab? So we were asked to look at it going into a logical expansion. So here we prohibit it in all the pro zones. Again, pro zones are very small. And the logic behind this one is currently we allow it in the R16 and the R18 with either an A or an S overlay. So with getting rid of the overlays, we would just allow it in the R16 and the R18. I included R17. It's a very small, it's 0.35%. It's on the west side. It may or may not be buildable in there. I take out the RA so we don't have to track it in the future. If it goes R110, it's not allowed. If it goes R16 or R18, it would be allowed, but we don't have to track it. And that gets us to a 54% exclusion. Realizing that a lot of the R18 and the R16 on the west side is not buildable because of the water table. But again, I did ask the bill sponsor that question, and he didn't seem to have a problem with that. He understands it geographically. There's some places we can't build it. There's also restrictions on parking. So even though it may be an allowed zone, not the whole zone would be allowed to have it because of other problems with it, like high water table parking. So he seemed to be okay with that. This is a nice clean cut. We don't use any in the pro zones. We don't use any of the high density zones. It's a little higher than most councils as want, but this was the logical expansion. I'll show you what we have now. Could you go to the 12 point? So this one is expansion into the R1 zones. This is what was passed by the Planning Commission. So if you look at it, we get down to only a 12.83% prohibited in the city. So this is what you talk about citywide. This is what we're looking at. The R110 makes up 37% of the city. And so it is a big weight moving up to either side of the column. So those were what we presented to the Housing Committee. Could you bring up Dave Soul's map? This is Dave Soul came up with one. He's keeping the A and the S overlay, the A and the S overlay areas where we're allowing, and he's using the RA and the R120, I believe, to get us into scroll all the way down. I can't remember his. I think he excludes in 62%. So it's a lot like my model, except he uses R120 and I use the R16 zone, the entire R16 zone, not just the A and the over. So these are the two models we have for the minimum to get to the 62+% exclusion.
Mr. Homan.
So I know in my conversations with staff, one thing they've expressed is the desire to simplify and get rid of the A and S overlays. Does that getting rid of the A and S overlay, does that change the numbers? I mean, how does that change the numbers in your mind?
We would get rid of the text for the A and the S overlay because they have different rules for the A and the S overlay. And basically we would just be using the map. Where currently on our zoning map, if you look at it, did you bring up the zoning map?
I guess I was just thinking.
Let me give you an example, Travis. Well, go ahead, John.
I think we're forgetting the pointer to work. Keep scrolling a little bit. If you look in this area, this is an R186 RS. So that has an S overlay. Even though it has a different set of rules currently, we're getting rid of those rules, but the map can be left and we can just reference the map in our ordinance saying that if it has that designation of R18S, it's an allowed use.
I'm just saying, you had mentioned that in his proposal, he was leaving the S and the A overlay.
That he's using the S and the A overlay, where in mine, I collapsed the A and the S back into itself, and I only use the R16.
So if we want it, could we use his model and get rid of the S and the A overlay and still get to the 30?
We would still have to use the map too, so they could see where in the city where the S.
But not in the text.
Not the text.
I got it. Okay, so we're talking about map. Yeah. Okay.
The text goes away. I just collapsed the A and the S back in on themselves, so put them back where they belong, either R16 or R16 PD. So either one will get you there. I don't feel, talking to the state legislator yesterday, I don't think either of them one is going to cause the state heartburn that we're playing with the numbers. So, yeah.
And if I may, I'm raising my hand to.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate having permission to speak, Mr. Homan. I just wondered if I could comment on the rationale. So the reason I like this proposal better is if we just allow it in all R16 zones, I mean, that doesn't really take into account geography or conditions, and those zones tend to be, well, they are a lot denser already. And so I took the approach of leaving ADUs allowed where they are now, but not allowing them in more places initially in the R16 or R18, but allowing them in the RA and the R120, which are the least dense zones. They're either half acre or 20,000 square acre. So there's least likely to be any negative impact there. So I think it's the lowest risk way to come into compliance. And, you know, there could be an argument made about whether that meets the intent of the law, but I'm supportive of what Mr. Handley said. I think there's a lot of people on this council, and there still will be after the two Daves leave, that want to do something with this, want to go beyond that. But I'm very reluctant to in one meeting to try to design what we're going to do on the fly here, and so my hope would be that we could pass something like this or pass this, get into compliance, and then start having those discussions, what to do next.
Well, I appreciate the creativity and the effort you put into that. You talked to the bill sponsor. I mean, did he give any additional insights here? Because we talk about intent of the law and the spirit of the law. And I mean, to me, the spirit of the law is that they intentionally carved out things. And it wasn't just the percentage. I mean, they carved out college towns only have to have 3 as opposed to 4. I mean, there's reasons, there's rationale behind what they're doing, I would think. But I guess I would love to understand, maybe I should have picked up the phone and called the bill sponsor myself, for heaven's sakes. I didn't know that was like an option, but did he give you any insights on intent or spirit of the law when you were running these ideas by him, what he felt good about, didn't feel good about? You kind of mentioned one that you said he wouldn't feel good about. I mean, any insights there?
He was discussing what they call excess capacity. And he was talking about how many residents per acre. And when you start talking about residents per acre, you're really talking about the R1 zones. And he feels that there's excess capacity in those zones, and that's what they're looking for this. He didn't say it, but I'm assuming that that's what they're looking for this to go into, is the R1 zones, to pick up and use that excess capacity.
So he didn't want to make more dense areas even more, or denser areas even more dense. He's saying, look, there's opportunity in some of these less dense zones. Let's get some ADUs out there.
Right. And to do that and to do it cleanly, it would be the R110 zones. But then again, we would, because it's 34%, makes up 34% of our zoning by itself, we'd have to find a way to slice this and dice it and pick neighborhoods, which we just don't have the time.
Did he give any ideas regarding spirit or intent in regards to specific university cities or college towns, as they put it, or as some people put it, and to why there were exceptions carved out and the intent for Provo or anything like that?
He made it sound like it was deference to the local legislators.
Okay. So Shannon did her job.
Mr. Fillmore.
Yeah, I was part of those same conversations, so let me just comment a bit. Senator Anderegg made it quite clear that he is pro ADU. He's been dealing for years with housing shortage, affordable housing. But he also made it very clear that they were keenly sensitive to college towns, or as some people say we should call university cities, right? And that the intent was not to impose any additional burden on Provo, quite specifically, because we have such a hugely disproportionate percentage of rental dwellings in our city already. And so he was, I thought, very sensitive and accommodating to anything that the Provo City Council would do to fine tune that. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Regarding the carve out, the occupancy carve out already exists. That was not part of this most recent thing. That's something that's existed for a long time. The carve out for the percentage of what we can prohibit, I think, Mr. Jones, if I'm remembering your email correctly, watched all of the discussion, and there was very little discussion about what the rationale was. And the rationale that was given wasn't really tied to any of the things that we're talking about. My discussion with the House sponsor of the bill, he didn't mention the ULCT, which lobbied just out of principle that towns should have the flexibility to implement the things. And Councillor Ellsworth asked me multiple times, hey, we're discussing this. The bill sponsors opened, to our concerns. What kind of things what kind of allowance would we like? And I'll plead bandwidth again. I was just saying, well, I agree with the principle that cities should have flexibility, but I also, like Senator Anderegg, I'm a strong believer in what ADUs offer. And so, looking back, I wish I had said things like, well, how do we currently regulate them? We do require internal connections. Please don't take that ability away from us. We require that all of the cars operated from a property have a space off street. Please don't take that away from us. So those are the points of flexibility I wish, and owner occupied, which we did get, and that's critical. My support for ADUs and the magic of ADUs are because of that owner occupancy requirement. He didn't say anything about ULCT to me, but he did mention a senator who has a lot of power, and mentioned that's the reason why there was the carve out at the percentage wise. So I thought that was, that was the political realities that they were dealing with. Okay, so at some point, I would really love to throw out a couple of other options. I think really what we've talked about so far is what's the best way to get to the minimum, not to get into compliance, because I still argue we're in compliance, but it's what we get to the minimum so that we can prohibit the most. I would love to throw out a couple of other options that we could consider that prohibit different amounts.
Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left here, and or maybe a little bit longer if we want to fudge on the time for the closed session. But did you have a helpful comment coming, Mr. Jones?
I don't know that it's helpful. It's probably going to be perceived as a threat, although I don't mean it that way. I'm left to choose between begging or coercing. So here's the struggle that as the one who's going to have to draft your intent that I'm still struggling with is I've got 4 versions of the ordinance on the table right now. So let me put it this way. If nobody makes a motion in the next 10 minutes that you don't want external ADUs treated the same way as internal ADUs, I'm going to assume that you do, because that's what the ordinance says right now. And if nobody in the next 10 minutes makes a motion that you want to prohibit internal ADUs at least somewhere in the city, I'm going to assume you don't want to prohibit them anywhere, because that's what the motion on the table says. So if there is an answer to those 2 questions, those two answers would get me to one version of the ordinance, which we could then amend.
Mr. Fillmore?
I don't know if we need this in the form of a motion or not, but in trying to get us to some kind of consensus, I'm in favor of deleting external ADUs. I'm in favor of continuing the requirements I think we have a common consensus on, which is owner occupied off-street parking. We have a numerical limit, as I recall. There's an issue about 2 or 3 adults. I'm in favor of 2, but my recommendation is to take the lead, or follow Chair Sewell's lead with his proposal. I think it's a competent proposal. I think it gets us to the minimum, and I would couple that with a commitment on the council's part to reevaluate it in a year. That's where I'm at.
Okay, Mr. Hovind. So there were 3 possible motions in there, I think, on three different.
So I'll make a motion that we are going to prohibit ADUs in some portion of the city. Does that help? Does that get rid of one of your drafts?
That actually gets rid of 2 of the 4. So that's super helpful. And
Second that one. Now
don't know what percent yet. We'll talk about that, but
one about externals.
if you want to go ahead and vote on that one first, that's helpful. And again, Cliff nudged me. I was probably too passionate. I just want to make clear, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just begging that you tell me what you want me to do.
I think it seems to me there's consensus to prohibit ADUs in some portion of the city. So I make that motion that tonight we discuss prohibiting ADUs in some portion of the city.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
No. I'll make a motion that we exclude external ADUs.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Fillmore.
I want to discuss the motion, but I'll have to wait.
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Okay. I'd love to hear from the city staff on their thoughts on external and sewage capacity and such.
Okay. Is there anyone that want, Mr. Parker?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, this is one that we've had significant discussion internal in 4 bedrooms. And so you have 8 people in the house. That sewer capacity or water capacity or power capacity is assumed when the house is built the first time, right? That you can kind of fill up all the bedrooms and you'd accommodate that. So in that same house later, when folks are empty nesters and they decide they want to create an internal ADU, you still have the same 4 bedrooms, right? And you still have the same, and so the argument would be the internal ADU has a very low risk of significantly increasing capacity demand. Now, when you have that same 4-bedroom home and you allow an external ADU, now that's an additional dwelling unit. It's additional bedrooms and it's additional capacity. And the question then becomes, are we equipped to handle that, at least in a larger scale? Obviously, small scale, it's probably on the margins, but and so Public Works and Power have both had concerns about rapid proliferation of external ADUs. And so again, coming back to the at least what I'm hearing, some of the intent being is let's come back at some future date, whether that's months or a year, to discuss further expansion of ADUs. That might be the best time to talk about external ADUs, because then we could have a little bit of a sense of whether that was, again, in a broader context in all of these zones, whether it's only in a few of the zones, whether there might be a minimum lot size, which would allow the external ADU. And again, with some more of those refinements, we might be able to give you a lot better feel for what the utility implications might be of external ADU. So I just add that to your discussion around probably not saying never would we do it, but we'd probably want to talk about moderating the risk, so, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Yes, very helpful. Mr. Harding?
Wow, it now feels like what we'll be doing today will actually be decreasing the ADU ability of people in the city to use ADUs. We currently have detached ADUs are now allowed in pretty much everywhere that we allow ADUs at all. We've drafted and refined and did a bunch of stuff just generally to our ADU regulations, so that we can get rid of the A and the S overlay. And so that's all been done and proposed. We allowed those detached a year ago. There's not been a mass rush on detached ADUs. When I've asked, like, are you aware of any applications that have come in? They have not. I have heard from a few people though that are working on it, and that's the thing, is it takes time to get all of your ducks in a row, and people are working on ADUs over garages, detached garages, and things like that. And so I believe if we do this, that means that we're getting rid of the A and the S, and all of those areas that currently are allowed to have detached, to create detached ADUs, which have not been a problem, will no longer have that right. So we will be restricting that right if we do this. Whereas if we leave it as it is written, so anywhere that we allow internal ADUs as defined by the state, we also allow these detached ADUs. Then they'll still only be, they'll be mostly allowed, mostly it'll just be allowed where they currently are. And then any increment that we add, they would be allowed there as well. But I mean, most of the discussion has been on minimally increasing ADUs. And so the net, I mean, that to me is the least change. If we take out detached, we're losing that right across a decent portion. 22% of our city, we're wiping that out while we look at it longer. It seems, I don't see why we would take it out. If we were looking at the maximal, I think that would be a good discussion. But if we're not looking at a maximal expansion of ADUs, it doesn't make sense to me that we would take away a right that already exists.
Mr. Jones, a follow-up on that. Would it be too complicated if we were to leave the right to have a detached ADU everywhere where it currently exists and only remove it for new areas for the time being until questions of scope and et cetera were resolved?
No, the funny thing is I just mentioned that to Bill Pepper. It'd actually be fairly easy to do. The way that the ordinance is currently drafted, there's a section that says external ADUs or detached ADUs are allowed everywhere that internal ADUs are allowed. Instead of saying that, we could say detached ADUs are allowed in the areas depicted in the following map and insert the map of the A and the S overlay that we're already planning, or that I think we're probably already going to insert in the other section. And again, just so we're clear on what we're saying, the motion is not to make external ADUs, detached ADUs prohibited everywhere else. It's just to remove the section that talks about them, which leaves our code silent on them. And so we're not affirmatively prohibiting them, if that makes sense. If you take it completely out of the draft, what it does is it doesn't allow them in the A and the S, and it doesn't allow them anywhere else that internal ADUs expand to. Anyway, I probably should have cut off that answer halfway through. So yes, it's easy. If the specific concern is let's keep allowing them in the A and the S, but let's not allow them anywhere else that internal ADUs expand to, that's an easy fix.
And that would address my concern.
Yeah, and I think that's all we were suggesting is we're fine with where it currently stands. That's longstanding policy. We're dealing with it. I think the bigger concern, I think, is if at some point in the future we have a discussion about a significant expansion of ADU capability, we want to make sure that we're having the discussion around detached versus internal.
So, Mr. Chairman, consider my motion amended to that effect.
To that effect, okay. And does this, I seconded it, yeah. So second holds as well. Go ahead, Mr. Hanley.
Well, I just want to reiterate, I would be strongly opposed to anything that reduces what we've already accomplished. And I think Mr. Parker alluded to the fact that this is a conversation going forward that we still need to have, but I don't want to backpedal on legislation we just passed a year ago. Not because I was on that committee or anything, but yeah, I was.
Mr. Hoban.
For simplicity's sake, why couldn't we just I guess it depends on what we pass, but if we were to pass something along the lines of prohibited in 62%, it sounds like you all would be comfortable if detached were allowed in those areas, because that's an incremental step up, right? So
it doesn't change the percentage.
Well, you're saying just allow them where they are right now, right? That's the motion right now. Just allow them in the overlay zones where they're allowed right now. Not, yeah.
Just point of clarification, but also includes the RC zones.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm saying I would propose that we would, whatever we pass today, include detached in that.
And that's what the current draft of the ordinance says, unless there's a motion.
Just for simplicity's sake, but I'm not going to make a motion to that right now, I guess.
I think we have a motion which is seconded to the effect that we would disallow detached elsewhere, but allow it to continue in SNA overlay.
Right, and I'm saying wherever we pass it tonight, allow detached. So I'm kind of offering another option, assuming that it's not too much that would worry the city.
And so just to be clear procedurally, if Councilor Fillmore's motion fails, what Councilor Hoban is advocating for is what will happen.
And Oh, go ahead, Mr. Shipley.
I was just going to say, I agree with Mr. Hoban, actually. I think if the most likely scenario tonight is that we expand to these two biggest, zoned areas, I don't think detached is problematic in those areas. And so if that's the most likely scenario this evening, then I think we just keep them tied.
And I will say, just, to backtrack from my previous begging for guidance, if you get to the point tonight where the list of prohibitions is very small and this question re-arises, certainly we can always make that change later. It doesn't, that decision point does not have to be made now. It does help with the drafting as far as which version of the ordinance we're dealing with, but we can deal with any of that.
So what remains for us to make motions on?
Well, we have to vote on their motion to disallow them everywhere that we expand to, or vote it down and then we address it tonight if we want to, right?
Just to move this along, I'm persuaded to allow detached ADUs with Councilman Sewell's map.
Does that mean you're withdrawing your motion for now? Okay. Okay. I think that gets us to where we need to go on all of the small questions at this point. And then you just have the big question tonight about what to put in the list.
Yeah, so there's two questions that I can think of left. There's the 2 versus 3, the occupancy, and then of course the map. How are we doing on the closed session? I mean, can we make an attempt on that before? Because if we could resolve those two quickly, that would really be helpful for tonight's discussion. What's our constraint for the closed session?
Well, Mr. Chair, the appointees that you're considering tonight are already here, waiting for this meeting to end so they can meet with you. And then there's also a land purchase issue that you have to consider.
Yeah, I hope I'm not going beyond my prerogatives here, but is anyone willing to make a motion to adopt this map here, or this set of percentages, just so we know what we're dealing with tonight?
I will make a motion to adopt the map that Chair Sewell has proposed.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Fillmore.
Wait, what map are we referring to? I don't see one.
It's the one on the screen. It's
list
actually a
rather than
spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah. Right.
It's
Okay.
spread.
One that you saw.
It's a map that's a spreadsheet. Okay.
Do you want me to summarize or review?
Well, if you could clarify for me, I thought I heard you saying that you liked Mr. Magnus's better.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
No, I like this better because I don't like the idea of just a blanket imposing it on all R16 without taking their individual circumstances into account. And I felt it was much less risky to put in the RA and the R120 because the density is so low, the impact is going to be minimal. So, Mr. Harding.
I think this is the heart of the conversation. And so with the time that we have remaining, I'd much rather see if we can get to a quick consensus on the number 2 or 3. And I would prefer to have this discussion about your proposal in the evening meeting.
As a point of clarification, so there was a motion from Mr. Fillmore about maintaining external ADUs where they're currently permitted. Was that motion formally withdrawn?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the motion on the table now is to go with the percentages and zone specifications that you see on the screen.
And as Cliff just pointed out to me, I would say that even if this motion passes, it's not binding. The subsequent motions can be made in the meeting, but it might give you an idea of where your starting point is.
Yeah. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it so we could discuss it.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion, Mr. Hanley?
I would prefer to do as Mr. Harding suggested, try to tackle the numbers quickly instead.
Would you like to make a substitute motion to address that? The occupancy one?
I make a substitute motion to address the occupancy levels.
I'll second that.
And in which way?
Well, I would like to hear the reasoning behind the 2 and the 3 again, but I just want to shift the conversation to that point.
Okay.
So I don't have I'm not quite ready. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
That's probably technically a motion to put the motion that's on to lay the motion on the table that's currently under consideration.
Right.
Be a motion to be my motion on the table?
Yes.
That's a new phrase for me, laying it on the table. I didn't. Yeah, I know. That's
Well,
surgery on you or what?
in the interest of time, is there anyone that has a motion on the subject of 2 versus 3 that they would be willing to make for discussion purposes to get that discussion going with the starting point? Mr. Harning?
I'll make that motion. I just didn't know if we wanted to resolve the motion that was on the table, and I don't know if we need to do that by laying it on the table, but.
Well, a substitute motion kind of stacks on,
Okay.
so.
So I will make a substitute motion that we request that staff redraft the default ordinance to only allow an occupancy of 2 in the ADUs.
2 adults.
2 adults, yes, and all of their minor children that limit it.
Okay, so we do have a substitute motion on the table for discussion.
Can someone remind me what the argument was for 3? I'm
I was going to say the argument for 3 is that that's what the state mandates.
I can add in something here.
I mean, did you want to speak, Councillor Ellsworth? Then I can follow up.
I can, yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. I should raise my hand. I'm not pressing all the right buttons. I was just going to say, Mr. Hanley, when we had talked about this before, there was some consensus amongst the attending counselors that 3 created simplicity, it created uniformity. It was easier to enforce. It was easier to understand. And you didn't have one street where 2 was allowed and the next street over where 3 was allowed.
So let me put it in these terms. So there is a state law that was already in existence before HB 82 passed. It's confused some people because HB 82 deleted one word in that law. And so if you read HB 82, what I'm about to tell you appears in it, but it's not new. They just deleted a word out of the section, and so the whole section appears in the statute. There was a law that's been around for a while that says that the limit on occupancy may not be less than 4 unrelated adults unless you're in a college town, and then it may not be less than 3 unrelated adults. The statute actually is worded in such a way that it says a city may not adopt a limit that is below that. There is an argument to be made. There's a technical legal argument to be made that because Provo already had an ordinance on the books before that statute passed, that if we leave it on the books, we have not adopted a limit that is lower than the state limit, and therefore our lower limit is allowed. We had a lower limit in both the A and the S?
Just A.
Just the A?
Possesses.
We had a lower limit in the A prior to the adoption of that state statute. So there is an argument to be made that if we wanted to, that if the council wanted to, we could continue to limit the occupancy to 2 rather than 3 in the area that is currently in the A overlay. But everywhere else it would be 3. And so the discussion that was had last time was, do we want to have 2 different standards? Do we want to have an occupancy limit of 3 for internal ADUs everywhere but what was previously known as the A overlay? And there it's 2, and there it's 2, or do we want it to be 3 everywhere?
Mr. Hoban.
I want to make a motion that we go to dinner and that we address this pancake stack of motions when we come back, because I don't think we're going to get this done in the next few minutes.
Okay, so we have a second substitute motion to adjourn for dinner. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Harding. Any discussion on the motion? I guess we're getting close to where we have to do that anyway, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
We're out of time.
we're basically out of
Yeah.
past time. Yeah.
So was that motion voted on?
No, I'm about to call for a vote unless there's any discussion.
Let me, well, go ahead. Yeah. And then we need a motion to close the meeting if that's where we're headed.
Right. And then I assume the stack of two will just still be there tonight when we take this up, right? Or do we have a problem with that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I suppose those motions have been laid on the table and come back and yeah, well, sure.
Okay. All right. All in favor of adjourning for dinner at this point?
Let's not adjourn because if you go into closed session,
Okay.
In fact, a better way to do this would actually be to have the motion be to recess into closed session. And there is a topic requested that does meet the state statute for that. So that motion would be appropriate. at this
Yeah,
time.
I'll amend my motion to recess into closed session.
And I still second.
Motion second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I will acquiesce to Councillor Hoban's sense that dinner is the ultimate priority.
Okay. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously and we'll see you in about 10 minutes, Mr. Strachan? Okay.
Recording stopped.